Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1403 of the War News stream. And today we have very big news yet again. We've seen Ukraine launch massive strikes hitting Russian refineries this evening. Also, Lithuania is preparing for war with Putin. And also, we've seen the U.S. deploying new deadly missiles in Germany to counter the recent Belarusian deployments of the Oreshniks inside of their territory. And it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world as we have significant developments from practically every single corner of the globe again, including the second ending of the Thailand and Cambodia war. That's right, folks. The casino war has ended, at least for now, as of today. But outside of that, we have heard significant news and developments inside of Europe, as news has emerged that Lithuania has now withdrawn from the Ottawa Accords, which put significant restrictions on their usage of anti-personnel and anti-tank mines. This is an act of preparation for war by the Republic of Lithuania, as it appears more increasingly certain with each passing day that the Russian Federation has larger ambitions to start a greater war with the entirety of the NATO alliance. Meanwhile, the United States of America has also announced that in response to the Russians deploying Oreshnik hypersonic glide vehicles within the area of the Republic of Belarus near to the Krychev facility, or the Krychev 6 Air Base, the United States of America has stated that they will now be accelerating the deployment of the hypersonic vehicle within the area of Germany. As a matter of fact, this is the very first time that a very such vehicle from the United States of America will be deployed overseas, as currently this system has been in testing for several years within the United States of America and technically is currently in service with the United States Army. However, this will be the first time that the missile has been deployed overseas, and it will serve as a direct counter to the Russian Federation's abilities within the area of Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, the Republic of Poland did scramble its air force overnight in the midst of the the Russian attack on Ukraine, which was being conducted, and we did get reports from the Republic of Poland about the situation's developments that were seen in the the airspace of Poland overnight. This has also come as the airspace of Rzeszów and Lublin were also closed as a result of those Air Force activities. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear that the casino war has finally come to an end, at least for now. We're not incredibly sure if the ceasefire will hold, but as of today, the leader of Thailand and also the leader of Cambodia, which is the leader of Thailand, that would be Chernobyl, and the leader of Cambodia would be Hun Hanet, have actually signed a peace treaty, or generally a ceasefire over the course of the day is a better way to describe it, which has ended the fighting along the Cambodian-Thailand border. We have not heard of any ceasefire violations, at least at this moment yet, but we do have video and picture evidence of the last few hours of the fighting before the ceasefire went into full effect. Meanwhile, the People's Republic of China is now openly stating that they're going to be upgrading their J-20s to have more advanced turbojet engines to allow for the aircraft to have better performance in combat. We do not know how much better that would be, but it does appear that they're attempting to improve and upgrade their fleet of J-20s, which are air superiority fighters. Meanwhile, within the Middle East, we've also heard that the State of Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran are both getting into warlike statements, with the State of Israel now asking the United States of America for a green light to conduct preemptive attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran, while at the same time, the Islamic Republic of Iran is making claims that they are already in a full-scale war, while additionally, the President of the United States has made an ultimatum to Iran once again that if they continue to develop their missiles and nuclear facilities or nuclear technologies, they will come under strikes from the United States once more. Once again showing that apparently did not end. We've also been able to hear that apparently the Iranians are now issuing an ultimatum to the Israelis at the exact same time the Israelis are preparing to strike Iran, that if Israel drops another bomb on a Hezbollah force within southern Lebanon again, the Islamic Republic of Iran is going to launch an overwhelming attack against the State of Israel, largely letting us know that the stage is set between these two countries, that they are looking for any excuse at this moment to get into another full-blown war. Meanwhile, we've also heard in the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, but that the United States' ambitions within the area are somewhat confused, and now there's actually a decent amount of fingers that are being pointed in between the members of the administration as to who's responsible for the current quagmire that's being found right now. Some people are stating that it's actually the Secretary of State and Miller that were the ones who wanted to conduct the strikes on the narco boats or alleged narco boats within the Caribbean, and right now they are now saying that they don't even really know what Phase 2 is going to be, but they're kind of leaning more towards the idea of Delta Force being used to conduct covert operations on land inside of Venezuela as the next part of their operations in the endless hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow and his band of 40 thieves. Nevertheless, the Ukrainians and the president will be meeting tomorrow at West Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago to discuss the ongoing peace talks between the United States, the Ukrainians, and the Russian Federation along with the Europeans. The Ukrainians have made it quite clear that they do not believe that the Russian Federation will accept any deal that they come up with tomorrow at West Palm Beach, and the Russians have already made it clear they're not going to accept anything that the Ukrainians are saying, because they stated that because the Ukrainians want some level of dignity on their own regard, that means that they're not willing to achieve a peace. This comes as the Russian Federation is being absolutely obliterated economically, and REPO loans are basically the only thing holding the country together at this point. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians did land a major hit at the Syzran refinery overnight, knocking out another major refinery of the Russian Federation's, while at the same time, other significant actions in terms of air defense were seen as the Russians have attempted, and have succeeded to some degree, in overwhelming the Ukrainian air defense parameters overnight. The Russian Federation has taken massive losses along most of the front line, and we have heard that unfortunately the commanders of the 54th Mechanized Brigade and a secondary brigade, the 110th Mechanized Brigade, have both had their commanders relieved due to the loss of the city of Seversk to the Russian Federation several days ago. They will be replaced by other brigade commanders to continue the defense further on west and towards to the major cities of Slavyansk and Kramatorsk. We've also seen that the Russian Federation is now using increasingly larger numbers of cavalry within the Pokrovsk area, while at the same time, the Ukrainians are still inflicting significant casualties on the Russian Federation's forces in the southern front near Zaporizhia, and are currently involved in a pitched battle for the city of Huilopol. We have a decent amount of news again tonight, folks, and we're going to be making sure to get through each and every single bit of the news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on into the smaller stories of the night. And of course, folks, as you all know, we are going to be beginning our news, moving us on into the area of the Republic of Lithuania, as we have been able to hear that the Lithuanians are preparing for war, eventually with the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus. Lithuania is in a strategically important position, and if I actually had to say, out of any country in the entirety of the face of NATO, is the most strategically important due to the geographical region that it possesses, it actually would be the Republic of Lithuania. The Republic of of Lithuania is a very linchpin that leads straight into the Baltics. While that is the case, Lithuania has been building and improving their armed forces to make them far more of a modern Western armed force than that of a former Soviet state. And we have seen that in recent times, the Lithuanians have raised the 1st Division, which is the first full-timer division in Lithuanian service that has been seen since the end of the Cold War in 1991, and we've also been able to hear that the Lithuanians are planning on raising an entire 2nd Division, and next year they will be implementing their first Leopard 2 A8s into the Lithuanian armed forces, making Lithuania the only country in the entirety of the Baltics that will field an armored brigade. Additionally, on top of that, they are also in control of the incredibly vital and strategic Suwalki Gap, which serves as the only direct land connection to the entirety of the NATO states that are also a part of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. This means that Lithuania is in a do-or-die situation, and that the fate of the entire Baltics generally rests on their shoulders, which is a pretty high honor for the Lithuanians to have, but also a significant burden simultaneously. One thing that has stymied Lithuanian efforts to prepare for a defense is the Ottawa Accords. The Ottawa Accords is an existent treaty that dozens of nations have signed around the world that puts significant restrictions on the planning and deployment of anti-personnel landmines, as well as some anti-tank mines, depending on the type and variety that are used. The Lithuanians today have officially withdrawn from the Ottawa Convention, or the Ottawa Accords, due to the fact that they consider war becoming an imminent certainty, and that they want to start placing significant anti-personnel landmine fields and anti-tank mine fields along their border to be able to prepare for a layered defense and to slow down any Russian spearhead as much as they possibly can. Lithuania does have a lot of border to cover. They have an entire border with Belarus that does span about 200 miles, and an additional 70 to 100 mile long border that exists with the Kaliningrad Oblast of the Russian Federation. It is believed that if a major war breaks out, the Russian Federation will have both of its forces, or both group armies, based inside of Kaliningrad and the northeastern or northwestern area of Belarus near Hrodna, and conduct a spearhead advance to quickly and rapidly take the Suwalki Gap and effectively besiege the Baltics, allowing for them to be taken by the Russians, hopefully a lot easier than it would be otherwise if the Suwalki Gap remained intact. NATO does have plans and contingencies to try and attempt a seizure of the Kaliningrad Oblast, and to also ensure that the land corridor into the Baltics would remain open. However, at least at the opening of a war, especially if the Russians get the element of surprise, it is entirely possible that they may be able to close off the Suwalki Gap for some limited period of time, possibly several days, maybe even several weeks in the best case scenario. That could be incredibly crucial for the Russian Federation, as that would stop a large amount of logistics and resupply efforts to the Baltic forces, which would desperately need ammunition and reinforcements in the event of a major conflict. Lithuania will be setting up anti-personnel and anti-tank minefields along the entire area of the Kaliningrad and Belarus borders, from what we understand, especially that of Kaliningrad. And this will allow for the Republic of Lithuania to further defend itself. Many other countries have already done this, specifically the Republic of Poland, which is already withdrawn from the Ottawa Convention months ago, and is already in the midst of mass manufacturing anti-personnel and anti-tank landmines, along with concrete hedgehogs, to create those layered defensive networks near to their border that will buy them time. The reason why these sorts of defensive emplacements are incredibly important is because these defensive emplacements don't stop the enemy from breaking through, but it makes it a lot more difficult for them to advance at a faster rate and to cover more ground in a shorter amount of time. If you are able to set up large amounts of tank ditches backed up by concrete hedgehogs, and then backed up further by anti-personnel and anti-tank minefields, or in the opposite order, that makes a Russian advance incredibly slow. To be able to try and deal with breaking through a defensive line like that, the Russians will have to put forward their combat engineers first, meaning that the combat engineers will have to move up to those defensive fortifications and attempt to make it through. They will first have to bulldoze the anti-tank ditches and create a road through them one way or another, which does take time, and they will also have to find a way to remove the concrete hedgehogs and then demine the fields ahead and at least create some trails through those fields to be able to make it to the other side, to the Polish or Lithuanian defenses. That buys a lot of people a lot of time, especially in the Lithuanian and Polish armies. This allows for them to conduct reconnaissance of their entire defensive line, see where the Russian combat engineers are, and wherever they are, start to lay down some heavy artillery fire or drone fire on them, which will either force them to retreat or greatly slow down their efforts at making it through that defensive field. That also means that any Russian advance that is able to make it through that defensive field will pretty much be in a bottleneck, because if they make it entirely through, the Lithuanians can focus all of their efforts and defensive capabilities directly onto that opening and ensure that if the Russians try and make it through that area, they're going to be taking significant losses, which cuts down their offensive capabilities later on in the war. This is something that is quite significant, especially for the Republic of Lithuania. And from what I understand, it is one of the last countries, or one of next to the last countries in the area, that has withdrawn from the Ottawa Convention. Poland was generally first, but we do understand that Latvia and Estonia are really the only two countries left that I know of that are currently a part of the Ottawa Convention within the very eastern mainland flank of the NATO front. So a lot of people are actually talking about this at the moment and whether or not the Russian Federation will respond to this action, considering that it's clearly showing that Lithuania will be mass producing or purchasing en masse or in bulk a great deal of anti-personnel landmines and anti-tank mines to set up along their border to create layered defenses to be able to prepare for an eventual war with the Russian Federation. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So the big question is, will Russia respond to this move? Because nonetheless, it is still a big move. Lithuania is by far not the first country to withdraw from the Ottawa Convention, which bans the use of landmines and also production of landmines. But it is a big move, and considering that it is one of the Baltic states that Russia always has its eyes on, it makes you wonder, what is Russia going to do in response to it? So the poll is oddly split. I'm kind of surprised by this. About 42% said yes, Russia will react to this move by Lithuania, while 39% said no, Russia will ignore the move, and 14% said it seems like a 50-50 chance. And me personally, I would say this. What this does symbolize is that the Baltic states are no longer trying to keep the pretense that there was any type of semblance of peace that is left with Russia. They're pretty much letting that go by the wayside by withdrawing from the Ottawa Convention. So that means they are prioritizing security over any semblance of diplomacy at this point, which honestly is a pretty smart move, because Putin is literally threatening to basically take the Baltics in the future if he gets through with Ukraine. So it's a smart move. And me personally, I don't think Russia's going to ignore this. I think Russia is going to respond to it. I'm with the 41%. I'm really not sure what that response is going to look like, but they've already sent men across the border in Estonia. We've seen that just about a week ago. So they'll probably try to do something more escalatory with Lithuania. And keep in mind as well that Belarus has already been aggressing against the Baltics by sending balloons into their airspace over and over and over again. So it's nothing new, and it's about time the Baltics get on board with basically the escalations, essentially. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say the Russians are most likely going to react to this, but it's probably going to be nothing too severe at the moment. They'll probably announce some sort of a diplomatic condemnation of the action through the foreign ministry and state that it's clearly an escalatory action that is offensive against the Russian Federation and preparing for a vicious attack on Kaliningrad by the Lithuanians. Because we all know that the Lithuanians are bloodthirsty people, obviously. I mean, they have a history. They have a history of that. I'm just kidding, by the way. But outside of that, I will say that that's probably the extent of the reaction that we'll see from the Russian Federation so far, but they are going to make a reaction nonetheless. We do know that they're putting more pressure on the Baltics at the moment, and the Vask-Narva border violation is a clear example of that increasing pressure that is ongoing at the moment, and we will probably see that that pressure will increase over time. Well, another thing that I do want to point out, folks, that is incredibly important to remember here, especially when we're talking about the Baltics and Poland, is that this is the battlefield that we will see if a war breaks out with Russia. And for that reason, defensive fortifications are more important there to buy us time everywhere else than it would be to set them up, say, deeper inside of Poland or deeper near to a capital of a Baltic state like Riga or Tallinn. Vilnius, which is Lithuania's capital, is almost right on the border with Belarus, so it's not really that easily a defended position, if you want to say that, or a defensive depth position. Outside of that, though, one thing I do have to say, because I saw Avari Mandabratis ask a very interesting question. Could the Russians use tactical nuclear weapons to clear out these defensive fortifications? And the answer to that's yes. But there's a caveat to that. They will never open up a war with tactical nuclear weapon usage, because it is looked at incredibly badly by basically everyone, including the Russian inner circles, to open up a war with tactical nuclear weapon usage. Once you do that, you're opening Pandora's box to see that NATO starts to use its tactical nuclear weaponry against the Russian Federation outright. And that might not even be that strategic of a use of a tactical nuclear weapon. Tactical nuclear weapons are best employed against larger groupings either of logistics and support forces behind the lines, command centers, or large groupings of combatant forces. That means that using a tactical nuclear weapon on a generally lightly occupied area of a major defensive line isn't really getting the kind of strategic impact one would hope. It doesn't really clear out that large of an area, for one. Two, the area will also be heavily irradiated right after that nuclear explosion, as radioactive half-life is the strongest in the first 3 days, but heavily dissipates about 2 weeks in. And on top of that, you probably would still have to send Russian combat engineers into an irradiated hellscape at that point to go through and make sure that those minefields were truly demined by that nuclear explosion, which may not be the case, which means that now the combat engineers are taking lethal doses of radiation just hours after a tactical nuclear weapon exploded, and the Lithuanians are still probably going to lay them to waste while they're trying to make sure that those landmine fields have been cleared out. So while you could do that in theory, it wouldn't really be the greatest sort of a tactic to employ in the outbreak of a war. And then on top of that, NATO could go, oh, look at that. They're trying to get into that open crater that they made in the defensive line. Let's hit them with a B-61 tactical nuclear bomb and see what happens. And then they could land one on a major Russian army group and generally handicap it for the rest of the offensive, meaning that they kind of shot themselves in the foot more so than giving themselves an advantage by using a tactical nuclear weapon to clear out a defensive position off the bat. They'll probably use things like their equivalent of the Miklik, which is basically an MTLB, which is equipped with a giant line charge that they fire into the field. It's actually called a UR-77 Meteorite, but they fire it into the minefield, it lays down, they then pull the slack out of it, and then they detonate it. And in theory, that's supposed to clear out the area. It sometimes does, it sometimes doesn't. It almost is always followed along by actual sappers and mine clearers that have to go through and still ensure that that line charge actually demined that area. But outside of that, that is the general situation that we're seeing in Lithuania, and that's also why, even in that sort of a situation, the Russians still will not use tactical nuclear weapons right off of the bat. Nevertheless, Poland appears to be getting a little bit of action itself recently, as a Polish air report did come out indicating the incidents from last night, in which the Polish Air Force stated, despite the holiday period, last night was busy for the on-duty Republic of Poland Air Defense Services. In the morning, over the international waters of the Baltic Sea, Polish fighter jets intercepted, conducted visual identification of, and escorted an aircraft of the Russian Federation's reconnaissance planes from the area of responsibility, which was flying near the borders of the Republic of Poland's airspace. At night, entries into Polish airspace of objects from the direction of Belarus were observed. After conducting detailed analyses, it was determined that these were most likely smuggling balloons, moving in accordance with the direction and speed of the wind. So it appears the Polish had quite an interesting night, to say the least. We also heard that they did scramble aircraft within the area of Rzeszów and Lublin overnight. A picture here showing one of the F-16s of the Republic of Poland's Air Force taking off into those skies overnight to prepare for that air defense, and the airspace around Rzeszów and Lublin were closed for security reasons, as the Polish Air Force was on standby to prepare to shoot down any Russian drones that were to enter Polish airspace, which fortunately did not happen. Still, while that's going on directly along our frontier, we did hear yesterday about something that's a little bit important that we have to point out again, because it's really bringing us into a larger story from today. Near to the area of the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome, which you can see right here, which looks incredibly abandoned, you can literally see trees growing in the middle of the tarmac. I mean, that is fine real estate according to the Russian Air Force. This is a fully operational airbase, according to them. But yesterday, we did get confirmation from satellite photography that was provided to the public that there appears to be the location of the possible Oreshniks site here at the Khrushchev 6 aerodrome, which is now being refit to be used as a missile launching facility. They will not use it as an airfield. I do want to make that clear. They are going to be using this as a missile launching facility. So in the event that something happens, whether it's, say, a nuclear exchange or whatnot, or some sort of a conventional exchange with NATO, the Russians are going to drive their transport-erector launchers most likely directly onto this runway and use it as the launching platform for their IRBMs, which are the Oreshniks. This is posing a significant threat, especially to the strategic interests of practically every single European state in NATO, as literally the entirety of NATO from the Polish border west is under the range of these Oreshnik missiles. For this reason, the United States of America's Department of Defense has actually done something that I have to say is pretty good. they are going to be declaring that they will be responding by accelerating the deployment and stationing of American cruise and hypersonic surface-to-surface missiles in Germany, including the U.S. Army's Long Range Hypersonic Weapon, which is also known as the Dark Eagle, which sounds a lot cooler than Long Range Hypersonic Weapon, or LRHW. This one features a hypersonic boost glide vehicle and is expected to arrive in Germany in 2026. One thing that a lot of people don't know is that while many people know this, I'm not really a big fan of hypersonic weapons. One thing that many people also don't know is that the U.S. actually does operate and field hypersonic missiles right now. These are our hypersonic missiles, or at least the transport erector launcher that fires them. These are where the long-range hypersonic weapons are housed. They do have hypersonic capabilities. They far exceed Mach 5. They didn't publish, though, publicly how fast this thing actually goes, which means it goes pretty fast, and it has a pretty decent range. You'll actually notice that the Wikipedia page on this thing is stripped a great deal of really any information. We believe the operational range is about 2,200 miles or so, and that it does exceed Mach 5, and that's all we know. We don't really know a lot about the warheads that it carries, what its capabilities are, what altitude it may reach, or anything along those lines. We just have absolutely no clue about any of that. But we do know that this thing is pretty goated, and it has been in service since about the early part of 2025. The United States is planning on deploying these into Germany to be able to counter the Russian Federation's Oreshnik hypersonic missiles. We're not entirely sure if these things are even nuclear capable. They might be, but we have no clue. We haven't heard of any confirmed testing that would verify that these things are nuclear capable, but that testing may have been conducted in secret, and we just don't know. And that means that the missiles are nuclear capable, and it is a direct counter to the Russian Federation's Oreshniks. The Oreshniks are technically nuclear capable and do have a multiple independent re-entry vehicle on board where multiple nuclear warheads can be mounted, meaning that a singular missile can hit a multitude of targets. But we don't know what this thing's capable of. It's actually kind of a bit of a wild card. So we could deploy this thing into Germany and see that it's basically an incredibly fast conventional explosives delivery system, or that this thing is literally the direct antithesis to the Oreshnik. We're just not really sure, and the U.S. military has not provided a lot of information to the public about what this thing is even capable of. Still, a lot of people are talking about whether or not this thing is a good counter to the Russian Federation's Oreshniks in Belarus. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so it looks like 58% of the audience said that's a smart and good counter response by the NATO allies in response to the Oreshniks being placed inside of Belarus, while 31% said that's not strong enough, and 5% said that's really an unnecessary escalation, and NATO did not have to do that. So what we know right now, like the enforcer was mentioning, is very little about this new hypersonic the U.S. has right now. The last test that we're aware of was conducted back in December of last year in 2024, and it was from a land-based launcher. So that was the last test. Also, they did conduct a booster test here in Utah about 4 years ago. So it's a very new weapon. It's not really combat proven yet. It's more of in the test phase. But even at that, though, you have to remember, this weapon is going up against the Oreshnik, which has a horrific track record. That thing has got a lot of failures on it, and it's not very good as a Russian weapon. So it doesn't have much competition. So all it has to do is simply work, and it'll beat the Russians' weapons. So it's not a very big hurdle to get over. So I think we may be in good shape. It's really more symbolic than anything, because if these start firing at each other, firing at Russia, and Russia fires weapons at us and NATO, that's World War III at that point. So the objective here is deterrence. It's not necessarily actually using it. It's just the idea that we have weapons, which are, at least in theory, very potent, stationed right near the border of Belarus and Russia. So it's more psychological than anything. So I'm actually with a 58%. I think that is a smart, good counter response. It's not over escalatory, but it's also not weak either. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I would be with the 58%. This is a perfect counter, a literal balancing of the playing field for the large part from what we would know with the LRHW. What a catchy name, you know? Like, Oreshnik is kind of easy to remember. LRHW is not. Dark Eagle is a little bit better, but we'll say Dark Eagle from now on, because saying the other name is giving me a bit of a headache. But outside of that, this thing is a perfect counter to the Oreshnik within Europe at the moment, and I'm actually seeing some people in the chat saying, "Oh, Enforcer, this is clickbait. The U.S. doesn't have a hypersonic missile. We actually do. This is literally a picture of it at the testing range. And on top of that, if you don't believe me, you can go to Congress.gov's website, and they have an entire section on the U.S. Army's Long Range Hypersonic Weapon, or Dark Eagle. And you can see here the entire testing timetable that was made, including flight test delays, and then when it was finally brought into service, which was this year, and then it's going to be deployed into Europe, in Germany, at the very early part of 2026, from what we understand. We actually do have a hypersonic missile, and I know that that goes against the Russian and Chinese propaganda notations that we don't have a hypersonic because America's so far behind, and it also goes against the current administration's perspective that Americans are stupid, because this thing was designed and built entirely within the United States, and unlike the Russians, this thing actually works. From what we know, it has a pretty high efficacy rate instead of a high dud rate. So this thing is actually a working Oreshnik as compared to Russia's not working Oreshnik. We also were able to hear at least a little bit of additional details that I was reading here really quickly about the actual missiles itself and how in the world it works. So here is the Long Range Hypersonic Weapons organization and units. The LRHW is organized into batteries. According to the Army, a LRHW battery consists of 4 TELs on a modified M870A4 trailer, each equipped with 2 AUR plus Cs, 8 in total, 1 battery operations center for command and control, and a BOC support vehicle. So an entire battery has 4 transporter-erector launchers. Each one is equipped with 2 launchers, and they also have a battery operations command vehicle and also a support vehicle. So each battery consists of 6 vehicles, 4 launchers, and 2 support vehicles. Additionally, the 5th Battalion, 3rd Field Artillery Regiment at Joint Base Lewis McChord, Washington, was designated to operate the first battery of LRHW missiles. What a tongue twister. The battalion, also referred to as the Long Range Fires Battalion, is a part of the Army's 1st Multi-Domain Task Force, a unit in the Indo-Pacific Oriented 1st Corps stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, Washington. Other LRHW batteries are planned for Long Range Fires Battalions in the remaining MDTFs scheduled for activation. So there is actually a battalion in the 3rd Artillery Regiment that is operating these hypersonics at this very moment. There are others planned in the future, but this actually means that the U.S. Army at this moment, while many people do not know this in the public, and I'll be entirely honest with y'all, this kind of breezed me over as well, and I didn't really pay that much attention to it. The U.S. Army actually does field hypersonic missiles in an actual long-range fires battalion at this moment. We are hypersonic capable right now, and apparently from what we know, maybe this specific 5th Battalion of the 3rd Field Artillery Regiment or another battalion or that's going to be raised as a part of the future multi-domain task force structure is going to be deployed in Germany here next year. So I would say it's an incredibly good counter, and hopefully we'll be able to see that this system is effective, and I have a feeling that it will be. U.S. weapons are very rarely ever ineffective. Moving on from that, and on out of Belarus, and generally the situation in Germany as well, we actually are going to be taking a moment to move on and over into another piece of news that's going on elsewhere in the world today, which is Thailand and Cambodia. Thailand. We got to get into Thailand and Cambodia. It's an interesting place filled with magical charms. And folks, you wouldn't believe it. Matthew, would you believe it if I told you the fighting has stopped?
Honestly, I would believe it because I've seen the clips that the fighting has stopped.
Man, the fighting has stopped. Hooray! They got into a ceasefire today, and we did see that Hun Henet and Anut and Charnavarakal did sign the ceasefire today. Actually, their diplomats more so signed the ceasefire today, but they were there in spirit. You can actually see the 2 representatives of Cambodia and Thailand showing that the ceasefire has been signed and agreed to, and at this moment, some of the key components of the ceasefire are as follows. Troop positions will remain where they are, and there will be no further reinforcements or fortifications allowed. Both countries have agreed to refrain from any future military provocations. This is a ceasefire, by the way, so that's not guaranteed. And both sides have reaffirmed their commitment to the Ottawa Convention, which is the banning of the laying of anti-personnel landmines. So at the moment, that's what we know right now. We also were able to hear that the U.S. Secretary of State did weigh in on the situation, and according to the Secretary of State, he has stated the United States welcomes the announcement from Cambodia and Thailand On reaching a ceasefire following the General Border Committee meeting, we urge both countries to immediately honor this commitment and fully implement the terms of the Kuala Lumpur peace accords. So it
At
appears
least they didn't take credit for it, at least. I was wondering for a second if the U.S. was going to take credit for the new ceasefire, which was apparently not brokered by the United States. The ones that were brokered by the U.S. actually did not work out. So this one, I think Thailand took the initiative on this one, if I have that correct, and got Cambodia to agree to it, which probably wasn't that difficult because Cambodia was getting basically slammed left and right because they don't have an air force. So they had no choice but to go into this. But I think it's only for 3 days, though. It's not for a long time. It's only for like 3 days or something. And this could start right back up unless there's like a permanent peace accord or peace deal that's adhered to.
Yeah, that's true. And also, something that's quite interesting, folks. I heard today that there was like an echoing coming from Washington. A ninth piece. Oh, it's not me. Like I was like, oh no. I was like, that's unfortunate. But it does appear that from what we know, this was entirely negotiated between Thailand and Cambodia without any intermediaries. Not even Ibrahim of Malaysia was involved in that intermediary discussion that was had between Thailand and Cambodia. It was apparently done directly between the delegates of Thailand and Cambodia, and the Thai were generally running the show through this whole thing, to be entirely honest with y'all. The Thai had stated that they were not going to be stopping this conflict until Cambodia no longer posed a threat. Then about 2 weeks into the casino war, they then stated that Cambodia could end the war, but they would have to approach Thailand to end it, which is basically a power play because they were greasing the Cambodians at that point. And then the Cambodians apparently approached the Thai, they got involved in the negotiations for a very short period of time, and then they implemented the ceasefire, which started effective today, about several hours ago. So that's how we understand the ceasefire situation went, and it required absolutely no involvement, and I repeat, absolutely no involvement from the United States or Malaysia. They basically sorted it out, and the Thai sorted it out by just bombing the Cambodians into submission, which is generally how these things go. You really can't force an end to it. You kind of honestly got to let people bomb each other out, and then one of them will come out on top, and then they get a ceasefire, and then it gets rolling. Lessons to be learned in Ukraine. Maybe it's time for the Ukrainians to get a little bit of support to bomb out the Russians so that way they'll meet us in the middle ground, and something like this can actually happen, instead of trying to force us to beat at Russia's terms. Nevertheless, we did get a little bit of remaining footage from those last hours before the ceasefire went into effect today of what was going on along the border, and it was active all the way up until the moment of the ceasefire. Thai F-16s were still conducting airstrikes in the area of Chuam in the Odor Menche province of Cambodia, with the clips here showing those airstrikes. You see the smoke rising from the casino.
Those casinos, they just get so unlucky.
They really, it's also weird, man, to look at like Cambodia and see like this shanty shack right here and like another one down there. And then right behind that's like a perfectly modern and normal looking building that's a casino. Like, it's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, it really is, honestly. It's like the casino's like the centerpiece of town, it seems like.
Bro, it's like an institution, honestly, man. Like, it is a founded part of Cambodian society. Dang!
Looks like the casinos must be made of good materials. It survived pretty well.
Man, honestly, man, sound construction, that's without a doubt. This guy's also breathing. So, I gotta ask something, though. This is a bit of a morbid question, but when the Thai, slammed that bomb down into the casino, do they bet everything on black or everything on red as far as what the bomb's hitting? Like, is the bomb hitting the black or is it hitting the red on the roulette table? That's what I want to know. And that's the answers that we don't get, folks. That's the kind of stuff that the media is trying to hide from you, is when those bombs fall, where in the world are they falling on the roulette table in there? And they just never let us know. They don't even let us know, and, we try our best to figure that out. We also got to see, additionally, a little bit of security camera footage, apparently showing us an angle of a nearby area when the explosion occurred.
Oh, damn.
Well,
I guess this camera right here is like keeping an eye on the trash dump out back or something. It's literally just staring at the trash out back.
Oh, and well, in Cambodia, man, they actually say that a one man's trash is another man's treasure. And I guess that it is out here because they really did have a camera just looking at the junk pile behind the casino. But we also got to see a little bit of the damage to the casino here as well. Honestly, not really that much. It was more so superficial than anything, which is kind of interesting because from what we've seen prior, the Thai kind of, like the Israelis, like to use heavy ordnance. So I don't know what hit this in particular, but interesting to know. Nevertheless, moving on from that, we are going to be moving further on up the border and towards Krang Poi Pet, where the 26 Rangers of the Thai army were clearing Cambodian positions in the last hours of the fighting. You see them following the APC. Wait a minute, was that a Stingray? Oh my god, it's a Stingray. Matthew, do you know of the M8 Stingray?
I don't. Let's see it.
Man, these things are neat. Here they are.
Interesting.
It's a light tank that we made in America, but we didn't like them. So we completely rejected the concept, and it didn't become the U.S. Army's light tank. We still don't have a light tank in the Army, by the way. But the Thai really liked it, and so they actually filled out a purchase order for them, and I think they're the only country in the world that, let's see, actually, they're not the only country in the world. Apparently, these vehicles were quite popular with the Taiwanese, the Malaysians, the Saudi Arabians, and the Royal Thai Army, which has about 106 of these, or at least had 106 of them delivered. So these things are actually kind of unique to Southeast Asia, or kind of Saudi Arabia to a degree. So it's pretty neat to see one of them in action. Now see them moving through the positions. Oh, apparently it's Ukraine these days. Man, he said, boom, boom, and then he threw the grenade in. Man, I like that. Gotta say, the retro M16A1s really bring it back to Nam, you know? Ooh, and they're on a grenade. The Thai, they don't play business, I'll tell you that. They don't play business at all. Even in the last hours of the ceasefire, their fire wasn't ceasing, I can tell you that. Meanwhile, near to Oreshniks, we also got to see that the Thai were also still clearing Cambodian positions in this area as well.
Set team.
Continuing to advance down the trench. I'm not going to lie, the whole trench warfare thing of the modern era really feels, folks, like throughout all of the technology that we've had, we all just end up back at World War I now. Like, it's basically that in every single conflict these days. It's trench warfare in Ukraine, it's even trench warfare between Thailand and Cambodia. It's honestly kind of wild to watch the exact same tactics being used by the Thai army as well as the Ukrainians in two conflicts in completely different areas of the world with completely different levels of technology and funding available to either side in the wars. It's just wild to see that. But still, at this moment, a peace is now in effect, at least for a limited period of time. It'll last for about 72 hours from what we know, but it can be extended by both sides if they believe they're making progress in diplomatic negotiations. We understand that the primary part of the diplomatic negotiations that are going to be involved in this phase right now will be the ownership of the Preah Temple. The Preah Temple has been the point of contention between both sides the entire damn time. It's this temple right here. Let me actually show you all this temple so that we can get an idea. This temple, that right there, these ruins are what this entire war basically started over, and that's actually what all the animosity between the two countries is over these ruins right here. They happen to be pretty much straddling the border, so the Thai claim that it's theirs, although the main temple's inside of Cambodia. The Cambodians claim that it's theirs, and they tell the Thai to get lost, and as a matter of fact, they control the entirety of the thing, even the part in Thailand, and this is what's led to endless amounts of illegal battles internationally, and has also led to the casino war that we currently just saw in today, and also the 7-Eleven war from earlier this year. It's honestly crazy, folks, when you just look at this. It's a historical ruin, sure, but outside of that, it really holds not a great deal of modern religious significance to either side. The only thing that you could kind of say that this thing would have significance to either side for is tourist dollars to bring in more tourism, like the Angkor Wat in Cambodia. But the crazy thing about it is that they probably spent more money fighting over this temple on both sides than they would ever get out of the tourism that would come to this specific temple. It's just a bizarre sort of a conflict. So we'll end up finding out how in the world this is negotiated. And there's also a couple of other topics that they're going to be negotiating as well, like the militarization of the border, among several other things. But most of it's going to revolve around the actual border purposes and also border ownership of the Preah temple. So kind of a wild war, and once again ended twice. It started twice and ended twice in the same year. Meanwhile, the People's Republic of China has also announced that they are going to be upgrading their J-20. Here's a video of the J-20. That thing is ugly.
Sounds like an airliner. It doesn't even sound like it's got speed to it.
Man, they're about to be, radioing in. This is Air China 5157. You go! Man, like, that's what they're about to do. It's like, look at it go.
So sluggish and stuff.
Yeah, I think it just took off, or it's coming in on an approach. I'm not really sure which, but one thing I will always say, Matthew, it's very interesting. Whenever the Chinese allow a video to get out of China, the aircraft are always flying so slow, you can never really see any of their abilities on display, like their speed or their maneuverability or anything for that matter.
Yeah, it just looks and sounds heavy to me. Like, even if they had a video showing this thing doing something, I'm not sure if it really could.
Man, honestly, I don't really believe it could either. I'll be entirely honest with you all, folks. I think that the fuselage design of the J-20 is horrendously ugly. It looks terrible. I mean, canard designs don't look too bad on most aircraft. The Eurofighter Typhoon and the Rafale are both great examples of aircraft that are canards that look great. But as far as the aesthetics of this aircraft, this thing is dog ugly looking. And on top of that, we hardly know how this thing actually performs, to be entirely honest with y'all. There's a great deal of mystery around it, and one thing that's giving us a little bit of an idea that this thing may be a little bit over encumbersome or too wieldy for a singular pilot is that further J-20s are going to be equipped with a tandem cockpit, meaning that it's going to have a pilot and a co-pilot on board. The U.S. Air Force only did that, at least for the F-15, with the F-15E. And let me go pull that up for y'all, because this is an important distinction, at least for the aircraft that we're talking about here. This is the F-15, and this is the air superiority version of the F-15, which is the F-15C. The F-15C is a solely air superiority F-15. It cannot do ground strikes at all. It is only designed to engage air targets. That is why it's called an air superiority fighter. The F-15E, on the other hand, is a multi-role aircraft. It's not a fighter. It's not an air superiority fighter, for that matter. It can operate as an air superiority fighter, but the reason why the F-15E has a tandem cockpit is so that way that additional pilot in the back can actually operate the weapon systems for the air-to-ground weaponry, which is incredibly complex and very difficult and over-wieldy for a singular pilot to handle. The Chinese are going to be modifying their Chengdu J-20, which is an air superiority fighter, to be tandem cockpit from this point forward, but get this, it's still going to be an air superiority fighter only. And that's something that's incredibly interesting to me, because any other aircraft that you see in the world that is an air superiority fighter originally, and then it's converted into a multi-role so that we can get to conduct air-to-air and air-to-ground operations, that's really the only reason that you see most aircraft get a tandem cockpit. It's either that or for training purposes. The J-20 is getting a tandem cockpit so that way they can quote-unquote facilitate the better use of air-to-air weaponry, because apparently that's too difficult for a singular pilot to do in the J-20. That's either meaning that the avionics and control systems of this aircraft are incredibly bizarro and it cannot be handled by a singular pilot and he would be overwhelmed in combat, meaning that the single cockpit version of the plane may be very inefficient, or this means that they have some sort of an additional weapon system that they're trying to implement that may be incredibly complicated to use even in an air-to-air scenario, and for that reason, it requires a second pilot. I would honestly more so lean towards the former than the latter, because I have never heard, very rarely, of a singular air superiority fighter in the entire world that has ever had to have any form of a tandem cockpit. Also, I see some people saying that the F-14 was an air superiority fighter. Not necessarily so. The F-14s could conduct some ground operations and ground strike operations, although it wasn't really made for that. The F-15 cannot conduct, well, the F-15C can't conduct any air-to-ground operations at all. It's only the F-15E that can. So that is true, but we also have to remember that the F-14 is from a much earlier time period. It's a 60-year-old aircraft at this point, which is kind of crazy to say. But back then, weapon systems were generally a lot more complex to operate, and for that reason, that's why they had to have a second pilot on board, generally the weapons operator on board the aircraft. But that's 50 years ago. We are in the modern day and age. There's basically no air superiority aircraft. Even most multi-roles hardly even have a second pilot. So I think that it's going to be generally due to the fact that this thing is woefully incompetent in performance. But outside of that, though, they have also announced they're going to be upgrading their J-20s with a brand new WS-15. This is a third upgrade, mind you all, that the J-20 has gone through in engine capability. And apparently this will be allowing for greater thrust and possible better performance from the J-20s that will be in service. But once again, folks, we don't really know how well this thing performs at all right now. We don't even know if this thing has a lack of a cross-section, or at least a large one, to where it wouldn't show up on radar. So to be entirely honest with y'all, I don't know if this is going to be greatly enhancing its combat capabilities. It may be a marginal improvement, or in reality, it may just be that they filled out a contract to get new engines for an improvement, and then they're not improving anything, and it may as well be the same as a WS-10C or a WS-10C2. So we'll have to wait and see when we get in a war with them how well it performs. I don't think it'll perform all too well, though, considering that their MLRS has exploded in Cambodia. So with that, we are going to be moving on out of the People's Republic of China and on into the middle of the East, because we're starting to hit the middle of the road, folks, and this is where things get touchy. Real touchy. The tensions are rising again within this area, and the war is still appearing to be well on the horizon at this moment. But before we move on, folks, into all of this news, I do have to say that we are entirely honored that so many people have been watching this channel so far tonight. I have to say that it's a great thing to see that we have about 11.3 thousand people, I believe, actually 11.1 here live with us right now, and we've had about 45,000 people watch this show within the first hour. We're always honored and greatly appreciative of knowing that so many people consider the Enforcer channel to be their primary source of news, and we hope that you'll been enjoying it a great deal tonight, and hopefully the research and analysis has been pretty decent as well. Before we move on into the Middle East, though, I do want to take a brief little moment to be able to make sure to answer a couple of questions, give everyone a bit of a halftime show here before we move on into the rest of the news, so that way you can get to the restroom if you need to, or get a little snack, or maybe even check some business emails. You know, some people, they never sleep, or at least never get any time off work, us included. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first super chat here goes to none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A. He puts in, of course, a massive, very generous super chat of $100 support. And thank you very much, Bobby, for once again throwing in that massive support and single-handedly helping to bankroll the channel night in and night out. And we do appreciate that. And Bobby said, I was suffering from a bad case of enforcer withdrawals, LOL.
Oh man, we were suffering from a bad case of stream withdrawals. We can't suffer from enforcer withdrawals. We're the enforcers, but we were suffering from stream withdrawals because it is really weird to be off air for any longer period of time than a Monday. Like a Monday's expected at this point, and it's kind of like a time to recharge and have a little bit of a moment to breathe, at least to some extent, before we get back on air. But having a couple of days off, like the 24th and the 25th, and then also the Monday right before that, it felt like an exorbitantly long time off air, and it was really wild feeling, to be entirely honest. I don't really like that too much, to be completely upfront with y'all. If I'm off air, it just doesn't feel right. It feels weird. And so I was having withdrawals myself, and so we are more than happy to be back on air and running the show. And I've also got to say a huge thanks to you as well, Bobby, for supporting this channel and helping us to be on air, so that way everyone doesn't have to go through endless enforcer withdrawals. Imagine, folks, a day without the enforcer channel. That would be a bleak day, a terrible day. And that is why, folks, you ought to buy our book. I'm just kidding. I'm like, we don't have a book.
Damn,
We don't have
book. That's crazy work. We're not a mainstream news channel.
look, everyone, that's why you have to buy my book. And then like 2 weeks later, he's written another one that's like 400 pages long. It's like, how's this guy doing this? Like, it's like, how's he writing all these books? And I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm just talking about the industry in general. But nevertheless, I do have to say a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support, Bobby, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to make this channel possible for years. And if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to make this channel possible tonight. So humongous thanks once again. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But before we do, I saw Farmer Cat Daddy saying J-20 is a knockoff of the Israeli Lavi from 1980. Not necessarily. You are correct, but it's not the J-20, it's the J-10. The Lavi, or the Israeli Lavi, and let me go pull that up right here. This is the Israeli Lavi, and if you take a look at this forward canard design and the way it looks, and you compare that to a J-10C, it's basically an identical match. Some parts of the fuselage have been changed around, but it's basically the same plane. As a matter of fact, folks, what's kind of funny is that the Israelis took some of our F-16s, or at least F-16 technology, and put it into this prototype. It used pretty much the most cutting-edge technology we had for the F-16s at the time. Then the Israelis turned around after they didn't like it, and they sold it to China, literally when this tech was basically still brand new. And then the Chinese turned that into their J-10. So it's not a ripoff of the the J-20 isn't a ripoff of the Lavi, it's actually the J-10. But the statement still stands, it's just that it's a different airframe that the Chinese use, and this one is far more numerous than the J-20. So I guess you could say a big thanks to the folks down in Israel for making sure that China had its #1 backbone aircraft of the modern Chinese Air Force. If it wasn't for the Israelis, China wouldn't have the J-10. They'd have to have come up with something else, or maybe just started mass producing their J-11s, which are their version of the Su-27. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, Jimmy said, sold it to China. Yeah, they just sold it to China. Like, they sold that to China, and they also sold some missile technology as well to China for some cash. They just needed a little bit of money to, wiggle around with. What's the problem with that, folks? Sometimes people have got to put their bottom line in their wallet over national security concerns. It just makes sense. I'm being sarcastic, by the way, saying that. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our second super chat goes to Mikey Mike. And Mikey Mike put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Mikey, for that generous support and also helping to keep the channel running. And he said, is Lithuania also going to create marshland as well as put in minefields? And is there time?
Yes, we do understand that everyone, especially Poland, is heavily getting into the marshlands concept of recreating marshlands around their border areas with Belarus and Russia, wherever it is possible, where it was naturally feasible. And we also understand that in Lithuania, they're going to be doing something similar, because that will also make the terrain incredibly difficult to cross, especially with any armor or any vehicular support, which means that the Russians that make it across will most likely just be dismounted foot infantry, which are a lot easier to deal with than, say, armor-supported infantry, especially in a conventional war where there's not a lot of drone usage on the front. So from what we understand, they will be restarting their marshlands. It's just that we haven't heard about that as much in Lithuania as we have in Poland, but we did hear that they're going to be looking into that and working on that, especially around the area of Vilnius, as there are a large amount of forested woods within this area, and also there's a decent amount of depressions within this area that actually are conducive and historically existed as swamps. So they're going to be trying to recreate the swamps and marshlands of these areas in the hopes that that will make an invasion from Belarus a lot more difficult to pull off. Doing something like that around Kaliningrad is a lot more difficult. There isn't really a lot of major rivers that run along the Polish Kaliningrad border, and there isn't really a lot of major marshlands that could be made, at least along the very eastern area of the Kaliningrad Oblast with Lithuania. But within the north, there is this little river right here, the Nemunas River, that can actually be used to support marshlands. So within the northern area of Kaliningrad on the Lithuanian border, entirely possible to make marshlands. Eastern side is going to be a lot more difficult, and on the Belarusian border, it's going to be an open-shut case. They can easily make marshlands in most of those areas, especially around the borders right east of Vilnius. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into our final question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on back into the news at large. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, this one goes to WA1ZMS, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, WA, for that support. And he said, I am formerly Brian Justin. And he changed his name to a code sign, or a call sign this time, it looks like. He said, also, for the Enforcers Dinner Fund and LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Brian Justin. I gotta say, we'll always remember you as Brian Justin. And I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, Matthew, would it be operational security to tell people about what we have for dinner today?
I wouldn't go too much into it because there's only a couple locations and that's easy to locate.
Ah, yeah, that's true, that's true. I can't tell y'all what we had today, but I gotta tell y'all, folks, we had a little sit-down, and we went over the business. And then we had a little lunch, and it was damn delicious. I gotta tell y'all. I wish I could tell y'all where it was, but y'all kind of narrow it down kind of a little quickly. So I can't really get into it all too much, but I do thank you for the dinner fund because we're gonna be using that to get some dinner. And oh, buddy, we gotta eat dinner. I tell you. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that Desert Rust said incredibly well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news at large. And we have loads of it, folks. A great deal of it. It's time for us to move on into that news from the middle of the East. And moving us on down into the state of Israel, we have heard that apparently the Israelis are requesting a green light from the president for future strikes on Iran. The prime minister will present the evidence that Tehran is rebuilding its ballistic missile program. We already knew that they were doing that, by the way, for basically the whole year. Ever since the 12-day war of Midnight Hammer ended, we've known that they've been doing that. But apparently the U.S. is having to be brought back up to speed because we believe that everything was a wild success and that it was the greatest and largest military operation ever seen and the most successful one ever seen on the planet. So apparently the Israelis are having to ask for a second go-around to try and take care of that business and, keep that little deal on the down low, kind of like a dinner. But moving on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, we've also been able to hear that they have claimed that they're already in a full-scale war. The Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, which is kind of funny. I remember when the guy used to be a different president. Oh, I forgot his name. What was it, Matthew? What was the name of the last president of Iran?
Wasn't it? Let's see here. I was trying to remember. Jeez, I see the guy's face in front of me, but I can't remember right off the bat. The Iranian president. Let me pull him up. Iranian president. Let's see here. So I see the current guy. Who was the last one? We got to figure this out real quick because I can see the guy's face.
He was the guy who rammed headface into a mountain in a helicopter.
Yeah, where the hell is his name? It's like they wiped him out from history. Let's see here. Let's see. I don't see the guy's name. Ali Khamenei. Is that him?
No, that's the supreme leader of Iran. Let's see. The
Raisi.
Yeah, it was Raisi. Yeah, it was Raisi.
Yeah, that's it.
My boy. Yeah, he died in a helicopter crash in like northern Iran. This is like the replacement dog when your original pet dog got accidentally like run over in the driveway by a drunk driver, and then your parents get you another dog so that we don't know that the dog got run over. This is basically that guy to Raisi. But Masoud Pezeshkian has stated that Iran is in a full-scale war, and I quote, with the U.S. and Israel. That's so funny because I remember that the Iranian government like 2 weeks ago said that they have only peaceful thoughts about the U.S. and Israel, and now they're saying that they're at war with them and Europe, and that the war is more complicated and more difficult than Iran's war against Iraq in the 80s. I don't really know why they added that in because obviously it is. It's like, duh.
It's even more complicated than this war that Iran's waging against people that they really aren't even fighting a war against at this point, is that water crisis that figured out. It's even more complicated than that. They still can't figure out how to get water to the people, but they can somehow wage wars with everybody, basically.
Man, they're like, we're at war, and the situation is difficult, but we're on top of it. And then someone goes, can I please have some water? And they go, sorry, that's too difficult, beyond our pay grade. Figure that one out. It's like the Iranian government, man, they got their priorities straight. The citizens die of thirst. Meanwhile, they do not thirst for war. They have an endless amount of them that are coming around, even fictitious ones like that one. We've also been able to hear that apparently the president has issued an ultimatum to Iran. Cue the portrait there. Apparently, this was the statement from the president. Rebuild nuclear missile sites without a deal and face obliteration. I don't know what that statement means because it's like, wait a minute, so if they make a deal, they can rebuild the nuclear missile sites? Isn't that just the JCPOA with extra steps? That was a complete, that's absolutely stupid. I'm not trying to be political, folks, but this guy's criticized the JCPOA to the nines the entire time that he was the president in his first term, and when he was not the president in between his first and second term. And I'll be honest with y'all, there was you would be dead to rights to criticize the JCPOA. It was incredibly weak, and it existed on Iran's goodwill, and the Iranians have no goodwill. So apparently now what we're saying is that we're reinventing the JCPOA, and they can reach out to us to make a deal about nuclear research research, which is basically making a deal for them to continue their weapons development without being bothered, and also to continue their missile development without being bothered. It's like, what the hell's the point of that? It's like the truth of the matter is that they should not be offered a deal, and they should stop these programs outright, both the nuclear and missile programs. There is no concept of a deal with this. That's absolutely asinine. After June's Operation Midnight Hammer strikes, the president demands Tehran agree to a new nuclear deal or risk decisive U.S. military action. So we're literally going back and recreating the JCPOA. Why? Why would we do it? Like, I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. It's a disaster no matter who does it. They're not going to follow that. The JCPOA, which was just to put it out there for people who may not know what the JCPOA is, during the Obama administration, there was an agreement that was made with the Islamic Republic of Iran that they would limit their nuclear research and technological development to domestic purposes only, which means nuclear energy, and that's it. They wouldn't be allowed to refine uranium to a weapons grade, which is about a 90% enrichment, and they also wouldn't be able to pursue any sort of nuclear weapons development. We know now, because of hindsight, that the entire time that they were in the JCPOA, they were developing enriched uranium, weapons-grade uranium, and they were conducting nuclear weapons testing, or at least trying to get to that point to conduct nuclear weapons testing, meaning the JCPOA was entirely pointless and did nothing to curb their nuclear weapons development. They were still working on that, even with the JCPOA in place. So clearly their word can't be trusted. That's one thing that we know for sure. Because here's
might have to let that hair loose on Iran. Let that hair, I bet you that hair could jump off and start like crawling along the ground. That thing right there, that could be a bad thing for Iran if that hair started crawling over there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that would be bad. But also on top of that, here's the other thing, folks. So the current, I'm not trying to make this political, but I do have to point out the stupidity of this. The president, the current one, has criticized the JCPOA till the cows came home, and I was completely with that. I mean, I actually agreed on that. It's like, yeah, that was absolutely a messed up plan. But now we're going to say, let's make JCPOA 2.0, and that'll work. It's like, it didn't work the first time. Why would it work a second time? That's just completely pointless. So we've given them an ultimatum. If they accept the ultimatum, they basically get to make their own terms as to the U.S. leaving them alone so that way they can make a nuclear weapon, and that's it. So, really goofy. Like, I don't get that at all. And I have to say, folks, I just gotta say this again. Once again, the absolute wrong move in foreign policy being made. There should be no deal to be made with the Iranians. They clearly broke the first one. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enriched uranium for the current president to bomb in Operation Midnight Hammer. We need to go in there and tell them they're going to stop these programs outright, and they're either going to import uranium fuel rods from, say, some other country to be able to operate their nuclear reactors, or they're going to be completely obliterated. That's it. There is going to be no nuclear enrichment or research capabilities in Iran, and there will be no missile programs in Iran beyond the ones that they currently have in existence right now. That would be my approach to this. We've also been able to hear, getting into our last bit of news out of Iran, that the Iranians are also posturing, while the Israelis are asking for a green light, the Iranians are trying to posture themselves to get that sweet, sweet justification they always like to get to conduct their missile attacks on Israel. So Iran has notified Israel via an intermediary, it's an unknown intermediary at the moment, that should Israel launch a major offensive against Hezbollah, Iran will directly join the conflict. This is literally what caused the first war, the 12-day war, is that the Israelis bombed Hezbollah after the Iranians gave a warning like that, and then the Iranians opened up on the Israelis and fired off a missile barrage. So it appears that the Iranians are giving that same warning again, and it appears that the Iranians are generally trying to table in that late December war window still, or at least early January, to try and get something kicked off with the Israelis once more. This is leading a lot of people to wonder what in the world is going to be happening between the Israelis and the Iranians, or really what's going to be happening in CENTCOM in general over these next few weeks or months. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so we do know that according to reports, when the B-2s went in the last time to Iran, they struck a lot of different nuclear sites, but the efficacy of the strikes was up for debate. Some people said that it took the sites out, and then some people were saying, well, actually, it really didn't take the sites out. They're still functioning, and Iran is building them back up right now, as we've seen on satellite footage. So now the U.S. is telling Iran to make a deal of some sort. We're not really sure which one, probably a new version of the JCPOA is our guess, or face face destruction over nuclear ambitions. So what are your thoughts? 37% said war will happen likely in weeks between the U.S. and Iran, while 28% said the war will likely happen in months, and 24% said war will likely be avoided altogether with Iran. So one thing is certain, Iran will always want to wage a war. It can't actually govern its citizens, nor can it actually provide for its citizens, but it can wage a war against its own interests. So I would say personally that war likely is imminent with Iran. I think that is pretty clear at this point. Pretty much when the last strikes were conducted with the B-2 stealth bombers, it was clear that the job was not really finished and we were going to have to go back. So we left loose ends there. Israel is really just raring to go. They're wanting to go back to Iran badly to go finish the deal. And meanwhile, the United States is a little bit on the fence. They're making Israel kind of work for it a little bit. And I think Israel will, at the end, probably get what they're looking for, and the U.S. probably will return. I did see, apparently, an Israeli official, I can't remember if it was Netanyahu or not, but somebody in the Israeli government posted an AI picture or an AI video of B-2 bombers going back. So they're obviously asking for that, and I think it'll likely happen soon. So I'm with the 28%. But Enforcer, what say you?
You know what I like better than Burger King?
What?
AI videos of B-2 bombers.
And cat videos. I love cat videos. I watch those every day. I said, feed me cat videos. I love those.
A lot of people, they walk around and they ask me, "Oh, Bippy, my boy, do you like to watch cat videos?" And I said, "Only the greatest AI. It has to take 10 million gallons of water to make it." I get
honestly, they need the like foreign leaders and also our leaders here in the United States need to back off the whole thing with using AI videos to like post on their official like government social media pages. They got to back off of that. That is like such a tacky look, really, really bad. I don't know what gets in their head to think let's post this AI slop to an official government like thing for like the prime minister or something like that. It's like, you know, isn't that like a step below like a official position or something? It's like, I don't even do that on our page on Twitter, and we're not even an official government position.
Man, I got to tell you the story, man. There once was a fisherman from Israel. He went out to sea to catch fish. Another ship passed by, and they said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm hunting in Netanyahu."
Damn, that's a deep one.
Get it, man? They're Netanyahus like the fish?
I guess so.
Or the Yahoo chocolate drinks. I mean, those are kind of okay, too. Either one. I mean, that kind of works. But anyways, moving on out of the Middle East. It doesn't be. Oh, actually, Matthew, I believe that we were still addressing that poll right there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was your turn to address it.
Oh yes, of course. I had to get back on track there because I made such a bad rhyme there, and I was like, damn, where in the world am I? What am I doing?
Damn, that one threw you off the track. That track derailed right
dude,
here.
That one, dude. On that one, I literally like hit a bite. I got done with it. I was like, where am I? What am I doing?
That one got you shook. That one got you swerving.
Bro, dude, I did that, and I sat there and said, whoa, you're stacking spaghetti in the spaghetti star. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Where am I? But beyond that, I would have to say, folks, I would be with the 37%, or it's probably going to be happening in the next few weeks. I would actually probably shoot, if we had to give a good estimation here, probably for a January timetable, because it appears that both sides are really trying to get into the next conflict, and considering that both of them are getting very eager to do it, one of them is going to kick it off. So I'd probably say within the next few weeks, or maybe within the next month, we'll probably see either it's getting very close to war, or it is a war. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and we're going to be moving on out of the middle of the East, and we're going to be moving on down into the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow. You best start believing in bullshit, son. You're living in it. But moving on into the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, we are now hearing that the U.S. government doesn't really have a plan. I'm not even really kidding, folks. They really don't know what they're doing. And I'm sure many of y'all could have told that by how this has all been going for about the past 3.5 months. But they don't know what they're doing, and they're trying to figure out where they're going from here. Apparently, there's now fingers being pointed that some officials favored limited CIA covert actions or symbolic strikes on decoy boats, which is kind of weird, but Miller's team pushed for public overt strikes on real targets, according to officials who spoke to the New York Times. Apparently, the Secretary of State was also involved in that a little bit as well, at least according to the rumors that are circling from officials who have spoken to the New York Times. So now it appears that we're kind of getting a really confused picture out of the current administration on what their real ambitions are for Venezuela. And what's interesting about this, folks, is that even from what we know publicly, it appears that as of today, they kind of just went into this going, we'll bomb the boats and see what happens, and they really didn't plan anything from there. So today we're hearing that they're now kind of batting around this concept, according to the New York Times article, about the idea of maybe sending in Delta Force on land to conduct strikes in Venezuela as a part of Phase 2, but they're not really sure on that, and they really don't know where they want to go. So now we have an idea.
What was Phase 1? Well, if they're saying Phase 2, what do they consider Phase 1?
Phase 1 was apparently using, according to them, SEAL Team 6 to bomb the boats, which, I gotta be honest with you, I've never heard of SEAL Team 6 running a U.S. Air Force AC-130J or a Reaper. Like, that's more so like a ground operator unit, but that's what the administration claims was Phase 1 was using SEAL Team 6 on the boats. So apparently they're going to use Delta Force now inside of Venezuela, or that's kind of being batted around. So now we know, folks, why in the world all the U.S. assets have been in the area and we haven't bombed them yet. We have literally not had a plan this entire time. We've been riding this whole thing on the seam of our pants to hope that something kind of like just like a moment of opportunity arises, but we haven't had any real plan this entire time. So I got to be honest with y'all, that's not really shocking. I mean, we've been watching this go down for a while, and we've all been saying it looks like there isn't even really a plan here. And now we're pretty much hearing that there is no plan, and the entire thing is guesswork. So remember, kids, if you were about to take a math test in the morning and you're kind of procrastinating on how to, do your multiplication tables, just remember the President of the United States and the entire executive branch right now is running a whole possible war by the seam of its pants and kind of winging it. So if they can do that, you can probably wing the math test. Don't do that, though. Make sure to study. But beyond that, I got to say, that's kind of wild, folks. I've never heard of anyone just kind of bombing boats without a general game plan of what's to follow after that. So, we'll wait and see what's going on with that. But right now, they're kind of sitting around for the moment and trying to figure out what's next because the bombing boats thing has kind of gotten a little bit old. So, moving on out of the hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow, we are going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night. But before we do, Matthew actually just texted me, Paul. I was about to get to that, Matthew. I was like, I can't miss that. But before we move on, a lot of people are talking about the idea of using Delta Force on land in Venezuela. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so Delta Force on land operations in Venezuela. That's the rumor on the street right now. So we're going to use the Tier 1 U.S. Army Elite Counterterrorism Unit to go in on the ground to Venezuela and I guess hit some target. We're not really sure what target the Delta Force is allegedly being tasked to hit, if it's even going to happen at all. But what are you thinking about that? Is it a good idea or not? 54% said it sounds like a bad idea, while 24% said it sounds like a good idea. And 12% said that's better than nothing. So I will say, we don't know exactly how large Delta Force is. Delta Force is extremely secretive. It's also like the Tier 1 elite unit inside of the U.S. Army. So we don't know a whole bunch about it. And typically when Delta Force does something, you never hear about it because it's highly classified. All the missions they go on are very, very secretive. So you'll never really get to hear much about what that unit's actual tasking is. But they usually conduct, from what we've heard at least, missions like hostage rescue, direct action raids. Also, they capture sometimes like high-value targets, like terror targets and things like that. And also, they do special recon from time to time. So I don't think they're like an invasion force. I think maybe they're planning on inserting them in strategic places to knock out certain targets, possibly, which I'm not really sure how that would work. Seems a bit strange there. But it's just a rumor floating around the street. I'll be honest with you, I'm really not sure what their plan is with this. It seems a little bit strange to use Delta Force for something like this, considering the fact that usually when Delta Force is used, it's never spoken about at all. But they're speaking about it in the public and in reports right now, which is a little bit strange. So I would say it's honestly, I'll be honest with you, I can't really tell you if it's a good or bad idea. I'm just not really sure how they're expecting to use it. If I knew some more details about it, it would be easier to say that. But I'm actually with the 12%, I'm kind of unsure. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, I'd have to say, if Delta Force is getting involved, we won't hear a lot about it. If the Green Berets are getting involved, we won't hear a lot about it. If SEAL Team 6 gets involved, we're going to hear so much about it, there's going to be enough books to fill a Barnes & Noble by the end of the month. Beyond that, I'd have to say, no offense, by the way, to SEAL Team 6. It's just kind of crazy? The amount of books that come out of former members of SEAL Team 6, and there's basically no books that come out of any other Spec Ops group, whether it's MARSOC or Delta Force or the Green Berets or any other group that we have. It's always SEAL Team, or the SEALs generally, that put out the insane number of books. But outside of that, I would have to say I wouldn't really know if this is a good idea or a bad idea. I would be entirely honest with y'all, I just don't like the idea of putting the military out there to deal with basically the mafiosos of Central and South America. This seems more so something for the CIA or the Coast Guard or the Border Patrol to deal with than anything. And I'll be honest, since we don't, like, here's the truth of it, folks. We've made this into a situation, for some reason, because we're trying to deal with the cartel, into a situation where China and Russia can now further fortify and support the Venezuelan government, which is there at the moment, to make it a lot harder for us to deal with their growing influence in the South American region later. We shouldn't be dealing with the cartel guys right now. It's a complete side note. What we should be doing is that we should be sending in folks to completely topple the Venezuelan government and bring in the opposition leader to create a provisional government so that way we can completely remove Chinese and Russian influence from the Americas. That's what we should be doing. Because we made this into a situation where we can't walk away. I don't know what the hell the whole idea, like, this is the part, folks, of the whole winging it deal, is that they winged it and they went, the cartels are bad, pick one that's easy. And so they went with Tren de Aragua instead of, say, the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico, which would be incredibly hard to deal with, and we'd also have to conduct hostile actions within our largest singular national or international trading partner, which is Mexico. So they said, pick an easy one, and so we went with Tren de Aragua because we have basically no trade with Venezuela. And so now we've turned it into a situation where a BRICS-aligned country is now getting open verbal support from the Chinese and the Russians, and if we walk away, they've clearly shown that they're going to start arming the Venezuelan government to the teeth if they can, and try and boost their economic abilities to make the country a lot more successful. That's something we cannot afford the Russians and the Chinese doing at the moment. We have to go in there and we have to topple the Venezuelan government right now. If we walk away from this is going to be a disaster. And if we keep dealing with this like it's an anti-narcotics operation, that's also going to end in disaster as well, because we're never going to end up truly winning that fight. So I would say...
You don't think that they would send in Delta to go try to capture Maduro, do you? Like that would certainly be high stakes. I'm just not sure how realistic something like that would be, because you got to remember there still is a bounty to capture Maduro that the U.S. has out on Maduro. So I mean, technically, that would be one of the specialties of Delta that we've at least heard about through the street, is that they are really good at snatch and grab when it comes to getting people out of situations like that for capture. They typically do stuff like that. So maybe they're going to Caracas to go get them and bring them back, but that would be a hell of an operation. That would be extremely risky, to say the least.
Yeah, and I would also say there's no guarantee of success with that either, at least for hoped ambitions, because then they could just replace Maduro and the government, at least the structure that exists right now, might still survive. There's no guarantee that the whole thing will come apart if Maduro is kidnapped. So I would say that it's a lot better of an idea to just, bomb the Venezuelan military, send in the Marines or the Army to some degree to hold down the country for a short while, and then allow for the provisional government to take over. And whatever the provisional government's got to deal with, they got to deal with, but we're going to have an exit strategy right after that to where we're gone in about less than a year to get ready for what's coming around in East Asia and Europe. That's what I would say at this point, because while it's not a great strategic position for us to be in to have to tie up troops in Venezuela, at this point we made it into something to where if we don't, we're pretty much losing a major confrontation without even firing a shot at this point. And what's crazy, folks, is that we've turned this into a do or die sort of a situation because they wanted to go after the cartels. I just don't really get it at all. Like I got to tell y'all, like the whole foreign policy ambition here, it makes no sense. Because we truly apparently are going after the cartels in Venezuela. Why? Like just to make this clear, folks, in the United States of America, where we actually have control over the lands of the nation, the federal government still has not been able to get rid of the mafia. Still, they're around. They don't run the rackets that they used to, but they're still running different kinds of rackets up in New York City and Chicago and elsewhere, and they still are there. They're still there, even with the RICO Act and everything else. they're still around. So if we can't even deal with the cartel, well, with the mafia completely because they're still here, how in the world are we supposed to deal with the cartel, with the military that's in about 20 different other countries south of us? There's just no way to do it. Like, this is something that you would have to deal with as an internal domestic legal matter within these countries, which is going to take time, but it's nothing that we can just waltz in, obliterate the cartels, and walk off and they're gone. That's just not going to happen. They're still going to be there. And on top of that, without the U.S. presence permanently being there, aka basically a forever war like Afghanistan or Iraq, there's no way to put these guys down or at least suppress them permanently even. They'll just regrow after we leave. So I don't know what the whole point of this ambition was, because it's going to end up with a whole bunch of wasted time and resources, and we're going to be back to square one where we were. The smarter thing to do, and we're wanting to curtail the amount of drugs that are getting in this country, and particularly the amount of fentanyl getting in this country, would be to heavily ramp up the amount of Coast Guard cutters and also Coast Guard service members to patrol the seas around the United States and to interdict any sort of drugs that are trying to make it into the United States by sea, and to greatly bolster the border guard and stop basically anyone who's illegally crossing the border and check them and detain them for any sort of illegal narcotics and then send them back wherever they came from. That would be the smartest thing to do. That would be the most efficient thing to do. And that would have the highest chance of success. Outside of that, we just can't really control anything going on down in the Americas, further south of us to that degree. So I just don't get why we're making this a do or die situation over some guys who were peddling some fent in the backwoods of Venezuela and sailing around on a boat here and there. I mean, there's nothing that we can really do about that long term, in any successful way at least. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that, in my opinion at least. But moving on from that, we do have other big news that's come out of the United States of America today. Down in West Palm Beach, we're hearing that Zelensky is going to be meeting the President of the United States at Mar-a-Lago tomorrow. We've also been able to hear that apparently it's going to be in the motion pictures. The whole thing's going to be up front, in front of the cameras and the journalists.
Oh Lord!
Oh
that could
Lord!
be bad or it could be good. Honestly, I think the last time they had a televised one, it didn't go so well. So, typically speaking, like when they want to bring the cameras out too much, personally, me, I love to see what's going on. So I like to hear when they're bringing the cameras out. But when you have this particular set of circumstances and you bring the cameras out, usually that means somebody's about to get pressured to the maximum degree. And usually, unfortunately, it's Zelensky. So hopefully it's not another on-camera ambush diplomatically of the Ukrainians. Hopefully not. We'll have to see. But I guess he gets a beach vacation for a little bit out of Ukraine down here at Palm Beach. I'll be honest with you, Palm Beach wasn't all it cracked up to be. We've been by this area here, and it wasn't as nice as I thought it was. So I guess it's a beach vacation. I guess it's a good time for Zelensky to have a little rest.
Also, I'm not going to lie, folks. I'm just going to kind of be honest. Seeing Mar-a-Lago in person, it kind of feels like a Dr. Seuss, like, Whoville house more than anything. It just doesn't like it. I'll be honest with y'all. I don't really like the architectural style that this building was built in. I didn't like it back when I originally heard about it a long time ago. It's just a whack looking building. Like, I don't know. It's just not like, I'm not into this style. Like, if it was like a Spanish mission revival style, which it kind of has like very little elements of, it will look really cool. But it has so little of that element, and it goes into a whole bunch of different architectural styles that were blended into one, and I think kind of unsuccessfully. It just doesn't look that good. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not even talking about with the current president owning it. I'm talking about its original owner that built it. I mean, I just didn't like the way it looked back then. And it looked a little bit different back then even. But this is apparently where the meeting's going to be held. It's going to be held somewhere within one of these rooms. It is what it is. But anyways, that's where the meeting will be held. It will be in the motion picture, so make sure to pay attention, folks, tomorrow. You might see some action on TV. But moving on out of West Palm Beach and on into the United States of America. And also, I saw someone say it's Art Deco. No, it's not Art Deco. It's actually, I think it was built before Art Deco even. Let me go check that. Because it was
it's Art Wacko.
Damn, okay. Like, let's see here. Oh, geez. Let's see here. This building was built in, 1924 to 1927. Just a little bit before Art Deco. Art Deco came around and right after the economic depression started in 1929. So it wasn't an Art Deco style building. But let me see if I can tell y'all what kind of an architectural style it is, because I remember it was a mix of several. And I just didn't like it. So let me see here. Oh, geez. Actually, if y'all don't know this, it was actually used as a headquarters for some presidents during the Second World War and other times. Let's see here. Damn,
He bought it for a good price. He got a good price on
oh
it.
yeah, he got a good deal on it. Like the current owner got a great deal on it. Because it was actually derelict and almost kind of like in ruins. So, he did a lot of renovation work to it. But I can't really find a lot about its architectural style, folks. Let's see. Paid. So if y'all want to know who originally built it, it was actually Marjorie Merriweather Post, who was the heiress to the Post cereals business.
Marjorie.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it's not butter. Like, man, I'll be honest with you. But let's see. Actually doesn't really have like a specific listed architectural style. It's a blend, but I can't find the blend. Oh, here we are. The resort is a kind of like Spanish revival style, but also has an adaptation of a Hispano-Moresque architectural style, which is also a heavy influence as well. But the Spanish revival looks sick. Like whenever I see that, I'm like, yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Like these look neat. But the Mar-a-Lago building just doesn't really pull it off because it kind of blends the other style as well, the Hispano-Moresque style, which is kind of like from Morocco, and it blends the two together. And I just don't really like it too much. Like, if they'd done one or the other, it would have looked pretty interesting. But they did both of them together, and it kind of, I don't know, it just didn't look too good. But anyways, moving on from that, and on out of that whole deal in West Palm Beach, it is time for us to get back into Europa and to get on into the rest of the news that comes from Europa. Moving us on into the area, we have been able to hear that within the area of Moscow, things are looking grim. Very grim. This is the amount of repo loans that are being given out in Russia in the blue line. If y'all noticed, they weren't really given out a whole lot and they kind of appeared and disappeared. Nowadays, they're being given out like party favors. And you can see the liquidity is also decreasing rapidly as well. To let y'all know what this means, they're giving out a load of these repo loans in the billions of rubles to a whole bunch of companies that are in incredibly difficult financial conditions, and they're never going to be able to pay back these loans, meaning that they're incredibly risky loans. In fact, they're wildly high-risk loans. No one will ever pay them back. In the meantime, the liquidity in the banks is decreasing, which means that they're reaching a point of criticality to where these banks are going to have to start trying to make sure to make their operations quote-unquote more lean, and they're going to have to go around and get rid of these high-risk loans, or they're going to have to start demanding that these people pay off those loans on the spot. That's what led to the economic Great Depression within the United States of America, and also the collapse of a great deal of banks, about a third of them within the United States of America in 1929. Right now, Russia is literally sitting on an economic nuclear bomb, and it's already gotten pretty bad in Russia before this is going off. So imagine how bad this is going to go when the banks hit pretty much rock bottom, and they're either about to shut down, or they're having to get rid of these high-risk loans and call them up and try and get a repayment on the spot. It's going to lead to a literal apocalyptic economic situation within their country. So with that in mind, I hope that does address that well. And we've also heard that apparently, according to Putin, they're winning. I can't stop winning. That doesn't look like a face of a winner right there.
That guy right there has no blood left in his body right there. He does look like a ghoul. That could be one of the body doubles. Like, there's something with that mouth that isn't looking right, like with the usual Putin. This is like, I don't even know how to describe this. This doesn't look like the real deal.
Man, this Putin looks like he's saying, Gerasimov, where did my blood go? He's like, oh, man, where did it go? It should be with you, comrade commissar. Yes, but it's not here. It is missing. I'm very pale and cold. But I am immortal after all. But nevertheless, according to Putin, he visited a command post and he declared all objectives are going according to plan. He was briefed on the alleged capture of Huilopol, which is still a contested battlefield right now, Stepnogorsk, and Dmitrivka. I gotta be honest with y'all, the Russians claim that they're winning a lot, but whenever you look at the front lines, they're hardly moving forward at all, so kind of a little interesting with that. Also, the Russians did claim today through Foreign Minister Lavrov that Russia opposes Taiwanese independence in any form, and it's an inseparable part of China. Whoa! The Russians backing the communist Chinese in the land grab. No way! Who would have ever seen that?
Man, that's a shocker right there, honestly. It's almost like Russia needs to basically kowtow to the Chinese to get more money. It's almost like they got to say what they got to say to get some cash.
Also, Russia urged Japan to think carefully about its shift towards militarization, according to the foreign minister. Isn't that kind of ironic?
Oh, that's so scary.
Oh god, dude, the Russians don't want none of that Japanese smoke. The last time they got any of that, they got their asses beat by the Battle of Tsushima, like, and also up in Manchuria. It's like they don't want any of that. It's like the Japanese, they mean business, folks. They look at things very methodically in Japan, and also on top of that, they're quite brutal, honestly, when they get into a war. I mean, the last time they were in a war, they conducted more war crimes than the Nazis did. And I mean, that's you know, you're getting on up there to be able to do something like that. You know, you're on up at the top. So, you know, that's something that, by the way, folks, that's something that a lot of people don't really know about the Japanese, or at least remember about them from the Second World War. But Japan conducted more atrocities in the Second World War in terms of numbers of people affected than the Nazis did. It's kind of a little bit crazy with that. I mean, they conducted heinous war crimes in many different ways. A lot of people know of Unit 731. That's wildly known. But what a lot of people don't really know or don't really talk about is the endless genocides that the Imperial Japanese Army would conduct against Chinese citizens, or generally Chinese people, throughout the Chinese mainland. They killed millions of Chinese in the Second World War. And then what's even kind of crazier than that is that right after Japan was pushed out of China, then the Communist Chinese and the Republic of China went to war on the Chinese mainland, and then they killed about another, I think it was like 10 million people in that civil war. So China just never really had a good they never caught a break during the early part of the 20th century, or really the century before that, or the one before that, or the one before that, or even the ones before that. But, you know, they finally did kind of catch a break recently, but now they're going to try and end that streak by trying to invade Taiwan, which is going to not turn out well for them. But anyways, moving on from that and on out of that news in Moscow, it's time for us to move on to Syzran, because a major Ukrainian drone attack was underway today. Yippee! A lot of them appear to have been going towards Moscow, but we didn't get any video or picture evidence confirming impacts in the Moscow area. Kind of a little interesting with that. We're still trying to get those. But we did get to confirm that there was a huge hit at the Syzran refinery. And I guess you could say the Syzran refinery is sizzling. Take a look. Oh,
they got some snow here too.
man, they got coffee made of snow. It still really hasn't snowed in the valley in Salt Lake. Very sad. Oh, man. Meanwhile, in the background, the demons whispering to them, "You have to go to the liquor store, buy the vodka plant." Man, it's like, man, like some shit from a horror movie. Honestly, man, I shit you out. But we also got to see the refinery cooking in these clips. Well, listen to that air raid. Oh,
some sirens.
oh, at the end of the clip, there was like a little
bunga.
bro. Boom. Bro.
That was the guy smacking his head on the window as he tried to put his head back through the window. Boink.
Yeah, I think it was. It kind of sounded hollow. But moving on from that, we also got...
I explained some things.
Well, I mean, and we also saw a substation was hit in the area too. Oh,
base boosted. That's when you know it got flattened. Oh, look, there's some dinging metal and stuff like ting ting ting.
Man, they got a shaman in there like blessing the house. Man, honestly, man, there's a lot going on in Syzran in every clip. Bro, it's the Who's from Whoville back there with their goofy instruments. But anyways, you also saw a little bit more of the air raid.
Oh, look, the spotlight. It's a rave.
Man, honestly, man, I'm not gonna lie. This feels a lot like World War II.
It kind of does.
With the spotlight. Oh,
yeah. Oh crap! They didn't spotlight the right thing. Man, the spotlight was just going all over the place. It was like just scanning the whole sky. Meanwhile, there's a massive explosion right behind the light.
Man, this guy in the spotlight, he's bored too. He's like, oh, what's over there? Like he said,
where is it? I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Also, I like the guy behind the microphone. He sounds like he's wearing a gas mask. He's like, it's like, yo, you good? It's like, bro, what are you doing? But it does appear that the Syzran refinery was hit. If you don't know where the Syzran refinery is, you can find it in Syzran. But if you want to be more particular, it's in the southern part of the city along the Volga right here. Oh, the Volga. You know, the Russians are singing that song a lot these days. How tough the economy's getting. They're all yanking a boat down the river. But anyway, so with that, we're going to be moving on out of the Volga River and on into Ukraine. Because we were able to hear that the Ukrainians had a pretty wild night last night, not in a necessarily good way. The Ukrainians did take major hits within Kyiv. The Russians overwhelmed Ukrainian air defenses overnight. The Ukrainians were able to shoot down around 540 drones and missiles, but even with that, it wasn't good enough. They still made it through, and we were able to confirm that a thermal power plant within Kyiv had been directly hit and was burning profusely today. Fire seen there on the right side of the thermal power plant.
That was really a bad attack last night. Like, Kyiv really got hit very badly. Also, Russia was hitting like residential buildings and all kinds of civilian targets left and right. They weren't even really hitting military targets at all.
We redacted a lot of those videos from the stream because considering that there are Ukrainians who watch this show, not a large number of them, but at least some of them, we don't really want to show stuff that, you know, shows their fellow citizenry getting hit by rocketry or drones and whatnot. So we are not showing that here on the stream, at least specific attacks on civilians, but you can find that on our Twitter. The link is in the description below. We have all of those clips retweeted on our Twitter to go take a look at. We also saw that they attacked the Kyiv hydroelectric power station, which is the dam at the Sea of Kyiv. It appears that it had taken some minor damage, but nothing too severe. The windows were blown out. It appears that some of the electrical equipment did take some damage, but it appears that this power plant will be back online here in the future.
Kind of crazy. This guy's driving right through it after he got hit.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, like, this guy's got some balls. That's the end of that clip. And moving on from that and outside of Kyiv, we did get to see some of the air defense action going on outside of the area, including an F-16 actually conducting an in-air interception of a Shahed. You can see the F-16 fire off what would appear to be an AIM-9 and directly hit the Shahed, knocking it on out. And there it is, the F-16. Meanwhile, we also got to see a NASAMS battery conducting air defense around the area as well.
Hear music.
Oh, bro, I did not hear that for a second. Why'd you stop playing that beautiful music? Man. Oh, man, I tell you. Man, I'm starving, actually, right now.
Starving for?
I'm starving for a burger.
Oh, I thought you were starving for, like clips or something like that.
Oh, man, I'm fiending. I'm fiending for a hot dog.
Man. Man.
Man, isn't it crazy how that guy called everyone in the reporting world a grifter and then he completely dropped Ukraine and just moved on to the next thing? It's kind of ironic, you know? But anyways, moving on from that and into Tekhino, we also got to see the Ukrainians obliterating the Russians at Tekhino today. This was done by none other than the 103rd Territorial Defense Force Brigade. Take a look at the clip. Bam!
One of their last remaining ATVs.
Oh, they missed the ATV to go for the truck and the Bohanka pickup. In the another, that's a desert cross. It's not crossing any desert now, believe. Oh, and a couple of Russians. A little score of them.
This horse poll right here is turning out to be very controversial. I did not expect that. Sometimes they come left field. You never expect which one's going to be controversial.
Yes, it appears some of them get quite controversial, believe. I do not know why. The Russian's taking a nap. Sleepy. In the original Nosferatu said, "It's that time. Answer's going to make us hungry." Oh, you know, if I'm hungry, I got to make everyone hungry. I got to be honest with y'all, folks. I had a really good meal earlier today, but I had it really early on in the day. It was the only meal I had today, and I haven't had one since. And I really didn't think about that because I felt full before the show, and I was like, you know, I think I'll be fine. And now in the middle of the show, I'm like, that was not enough food, and I needed to really eat before the show went live, and I didn't, and now I'm paying the price. But moving on from that, and on down into our location unknowns, we also got to see a Russian making a not-so-good move. I mean, he did kind of look a little baller, though. This drone was trying to take him out, and he went, yoink, and he just dodged it, literally. So the drone was like, huh? And it did like a double take. But the problem was that the guy didn't really follow that along with any impressive move. So he just kept walking down the road. So, the Ukrainians did what they do. And, there you have
It
it.
just bumped him on the helmet.
It thunked him on the back of the head. I was like, watch it, bub. But moving on from that, we also got to see an Azerbaijani-provided MiG-29. Pretty cool.
Oh, that blue camo right there. I love the ones actually do open all this blue, like, camouflage. It's a good pattern.
It's a good pattern. It's a good one. I like the Ukrainian one, though, that's kind of like digital with the same color scheme. That one's the coolest, but this one's actually pretty cool, too. This one's actually the camouflage, the summer camouflage of Azerbaijan. Pretty cool. But moving on from that, we also were able to see the Russian infantry, who have been cut off from supplies, searching for water. Yes, we dig into the bucket of shit to get the water.
танцор. Посмотри.
Huh?
Чё, как дела? Воду нашел.
Ugh.
It's literally mud.
Пиздец, нахуй. О, вода, нахуй.
Ah,
Oh,
it's
boy.
sloshing.
Ходи.
I can't really tell. Is it
What is-
excrement or is it water? Like, is it mud? I can't really tell.
Sounds like what you call it? Like Gollum. Well, it's a Gollum like sloshing around the mud bucket.
Ah, my precious. For us, like, ugh, it's like. If that.
Oh my God!
Колодец.
What are they trying to do? Dig one down to the aquifer?
We've dug into the shit pit. We found the
said-
liquid shit.
There's some liquid down. Oh my God! What the? You can't drink that.
If somebody drinks that, they're dying. Like, dude, Nestle called, and their cease and desist attorneys are saying to stop ripping off their chocolate milk. That is disgusting looking. Oh,
Ugh.
oh,
It sounds thick.
bro, are they pouring it into a boot?
Oh yeah, have some of that boot mud water.
It's nothing like the boot water, boy. It has the flavor of sweat in it.
That's such an interesting shade of brown.
It's like that. It's like that dysentery brown. It's not good at all. Like, it's terrible. Man, I guess you could really call that the chili bowl.
Man, look how clean the bowl is, though. What the? What, they watching a YouTube video about how to clean it?
I think that's the radio, man. I think some Russian commander's calling in. We just tried to filter the water. 2 men are dead, and we also have wounded. Like, it's like, bro. Oh, man.
It says lava Russia in the middle of that. It's like, I don't think Russia's doing you right, buddy. I'm not sure if that's the right phrase. You should say Slava Ukraine, get some clean water.
Man, he said Slava Russia. What he really meant to say is, I'm slobbering in Russia. We have no water. Man, it's like, damn it. But anyways, we also had to see the casualty report for the day. And my hope by God, we have a holly jolly Christmas this year. I got to tell you, that was a bad loss day today for the Russians. And according to Ms. Disa, keeping the records, troop losses increase again at 1,100 a day in December and will surpass prior month totals. Many other categories are also above prior month totals, which is incredibly great to hear. Over the course of the past 24 hours, 1,240 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 19 APCs, 158 supply trucks, 5 main battle tanks, 33 artillery pieces, 205 drones. It was a pretty good day. And I have to say, we're always pleased to see it. Moving on from that, now of the casualty report, it's time for us to move on into the fronta. We were able to see near the area of Severus that 2 brigade commanders had been removed. I will read you all the official statement. The commanders of the Ukraine's 54th Separate Mechanized Brigade, Colonel Alexei Konoval, and 10th Separate Mountain Assault Brigade, Colonel Volodymyr Potishkin, have been removed from their post after the rapid loss of the city of Seversk in the northern Donetsk Oblast. The 54th Brigade defended Ukrainian positions inside the city, while the 10th Separate Mountain Assault Brigade was positioned south of Seversk. Source was the Ukrainian Pravda in the Ukrainian Defense Forces official statements. Colonel Alexei Konoval has already been dismissed, and Colonel Volodymyr Potishkin is undergoing medical treatment and is likely to be dismissed after returning to the unit. The Ukrainska Pravda learned that the dismissals are linked to alleged falsification of reports by both brigades' leaderships. The brigades reported that they held positions in their areas of responsibility, but in reality, those positions had long remained without personnel. The alleged falsehood became apparent during the swift loss of the city, and Russia said that it seized Seversk on the 12th of December of 2025. The Ukrainska Pravda reports that the 11th Army Corps, which had operational control control over the 54th and 10th Brigades, trusted the brigades and believed their reports matched reality. Inspectors from the Corps regularly visited the units but did not identify problems or discrepancies because, the sources say, they were consistently concealed. The command skid east has removed the 11th Army Corps and its commander, Brigadier General Serhiy Shurchenko, from overseeing the situation around Seversk. A tactical group called Solidar has been formed on that front and is led by Brigadier General Denis Mastrenko, the former commander of the 54th Brigade, now head of the Desna Training Center. Sources who worked with Mastrenko gave him positive recommendations. Inspection commissions have been sent to the 54th and 10th Brigades, and Brigadier General Dmitro Bratishko, commander of the Operational Command SKID, has also oversight on the Solidar tactical group. According to the sources, Bratishko was furious when he learned of the loss to Seversk and demanded that a Ukrainian flag be raised over parts of the city, almost by any means. A flag was delivered using unmanned ground vehicles, which are in short supply, to drone operators from the 54th Brigade, who then carried it by drone to the railway station, building in Seversk in a bid to stage a flag planting moment to satisfy the commander, as seen in the picture. So it appears that there was a bit of an ongoing scandal at the moment in between the 54th and the 10th Brigades, according to Ukrainian sources, and due to this, the commanders of these brigades are to be removed and replaced, and as a matter of fact, the entirety of the 11th Corps will be replaced in this area, and will be replaced by Task Group Solidar, which will now be the one running this area of the front line. So, with that in mind, interesting to hear, and it appears that that's one of the first times, folks, that we've actually heard in a long time of a brigade commander ever being removed from their position in the Ukrainian army, or two for that matter. Moving on down from that and into the area of Orlivka, we've also been able to hear of drones being spotted over Orlivka. Y'all want to see the proof? The proof is here.
Oh, wow.
Dude, they fly those things like Spitfires now, man. That thing was literally like bobbing and weaving. Look at it. I mean, dang.
That's crazy. That's a sharp maneuver for a drone.
Man, I mean, that pilot right there, man, he said, watch me whip this thing. Skrrr. Man, like, and he whipped that thing around. But moving on into the Pokrovsk front, we also get to see the Russians getting wiped out in the fields by the 110th Mechanized Brigade. Take a little look. The Russians are riding in their vehicles, dashing through the snow. Oh, and one of them is not dashing through the snow anymore.
One of them just got dashed in the snow.
Dashed to pieces in the snow. Oh, here comes another. Oh, hello, comrades. Hello, happy comrades. Happy to our shitbox. Oh, that is
all in
real.
one. Let's get on all in one consolidated vehicle and try to see if we can make it easier. All disperse like ants. Disperse. Two group.
Hold up, man. 200 feet later. Oh, shit. It's a drone, man. It's like just what happened 200 feet earlier. Oh, they're making a run for it. Are they going to make it?
They don't have a clue what they're doing anymore. They're just running every which direction.
Man, they're like, quick, run in circles. Oh, now they're going for the tree line. Oh, and there goes one of them. Oh, and there goes another. Ooh, not a good look for them.
I think they're a little bit panicked and confused at this point.
They're like, quick, run back to the car. Oh my. And they didn't do too well this time, I gotta tell y'all. They don't really do well often, really.
That seemed like a bad idea to go racing to the middle of this open snowfield.
Also, it's like they were about to get to the refuge of the tree line that was a lot closer to them. Why in the world did they turn around and then go for the tree line that was much farther away?
It's kind of like those squirrels like that you run across on the street. Like, you're always like, why are these squirrels testing their luck like with the tire? Like, why not just jump back to the curb? But they'll still try to run across the whole like 4 tires to see if they can make it to the other curb.
Man, honestly, man, a squirrel will run up on a 4-wheel car and get its shit like rocked every time. I don't know what it is with those squirrels, folks, but the squirrels, they got a craving to get run over. Like, I haven't run one over myself in a very long period of time, but they make it really hard to try and avoid them, truth be told. Moving on into Pokrovsk, we did get to see that the cavalry is still quite present. Here's a clip from the outskirts of Pokrovsk, once again showing mounted Russian infantry on horseback. Again. These are becoming very common. And a lot of people are wondering why, and this leads us to the most controversial poll of the night, apparently. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
So horses, that's the topic. Horses are becoming the primary vehicles, or at least one of the primary vehicles for frontline Russian forces. We did see it there in that video, but we've seen it multiple times over that unfortunately, and of course, I am a bit of an animal lover myself, so I hate to see the horses getting caught up in this mix, but apparently the horses are getting taken out along with the Russian soldiers. So why are horses becoming such a primary vehicle? Is it a supply issue or a funding issue? Primarily, there's a mix of both, of course, but which one is it mainly? But 51% said it's mainly a supply issue. They don't have enough vehicles to supply to the soldiers, while 33% said it's mainly a funding issue. They don't have the money to produce the vehicles or buy them in the first place, and 9% said there's likely another explanation. And I would say mainly, to me, it seems like a funding issue. I'm actually with the 33%. Russia is probably trying to cut corners as many ways as it can, because the one thing they cannot afford to not buy is ammunition and weaponry. They have to buy that, but they don't have to buy expensive transportation like a bunch of Ladas and things like that, because they get blown up so quick, it's a waste of money. So they say throw the horses in the mix and let the horses get blasted along with the stupid soldier, and that's probably cheaper for the Russians. So I think that's what they're doing. I think it is a funding issue. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think it's because they're just running out of cars. I think that'd be the honest truth, in my opinion. I don't think they have enough cars anymore, because the truth is, folks, is that horses are more expensive in basically every way than a cheap car. Even the beater cars are way cheaper than a horse, and also cheaper to operate in field. So I'd have to be entirely honest. I think it's actually the fact that they're running out of cars even now. That's the reason why they're bringing in the horses. So that would be
They're not feeding those horses, by the way. Like I would severely doubt that they're actually properly taking care of those horses. They're probably not giving them much of anything.
I would actually think they probably take care of them to some degree, because they wouldn't want them to starve to death, because then they're without any transportation at all, a car or a horse. So I'm sure they try to find a way to feed them if there's a possibility, but I think the reality of the matter is that they've just run out of that many vehicles in the Russian Federation, because so many have been destroyed. There isn't really that many cars available to use anymore, so they have to bring in the horses instead. Because every time we see the horses being brought in, they're brought in on the back of, say, like a Bohanka pickup or some sort of supply truck, but then they're dropped off to just increase the amount of, I guess you could say, vehicles that are on the front without them actually being cars, because cars are becoming in much shorter supply. That would be my opinion on the matter, as a matter of fact. I think it's mainly a supply issue on the lack of cars more so than anything. So I'd be with a 51%. But moving on down the line and into the area of an area near Siladove, we got to see a Desert Cross 1000 blowing up. Vadim и шмаки.
Смотри, старина, сейчас будем подъезжать, пригнись, БК детонирует.
Oh, look at it. Looking so nice. Oh. Wow, they drove right by that, like right through the flames. That was kind of dumb. Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at that guy sitting back there in the middle of the flame. That guy was like driving by, I think, a motorcycle. He was just hanging out. I guess it's cold out there.
Dude, blood in a moped. Like, driving by a burning Desert Cross. That's Russia. That's real Russian of them. But moving on out of that and further on down the line towards Huilapal, we also got to see more donkeys.
В жизни видел все. Но осла в бронежилете и в каске. Ослик, ты с какого подразделения? Иди сюда, иди. Ты с какого подразделения, родной?
Man, he said, come here, and that donkey said, kiss my hand, and started walking off. He's like, don't talk to me.
Ты штурмовик? Или тыловик? Да не трону я тебя. Вот это жестко.
Donkey wants nothing to do with him.
Хорош, хорош.
Poor donkey.
Хорош, ослик. Хорош. Передовой конь. У тебя
seems sad.
тела и все, да? Красавчик. Вот это да.
I will agree with the Russian. It is actually a pretty decent looking donkey. It looks pretty cute.
Все, иди к хозяину, иди к хозяину.
But it's unfortunate to think that these donkeys are being put in frontline combat service to conduct resupply. Moving on from that, we also saw near Vasilivka, the Ukrainians getting some Russians that were trying to hide behind their turtle. Have y'all ever seen Russians getting obliterated behind their turtle? You're about to. This drone went, oh, hello there. And they're like, it's like, man, Bad day for the Russians. Good day for the Ukrainian defenses, to say the least. Meanwhile, we also heard that Zelensky stated that he is making a red line. Zelensky said the Ukraine has clear red lines, including its territories and the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, stressing that Kyiv will not legally recognize the occupation under any circumstances, and that Bitcoin mining from the ZMPP is verboten. No Bitcoin mining. He added that any potential decisions on territorial issues would be made only after consultations with society through public discussion or a referendum. So there are clear red lines that the Ukrainians are laying out at this moment and are going to enforce on their end as far as negotiations are concerned. So with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the big one. The big man. Speaking of the big man there who was laying out the red lines, he's in Palm Beach right now, and he'll be meeting with the president tomorrow on television. Remember, everyone, it's going to be in the motion pictures, so make sure to watch it, because something wild is going to happen. It's going to be in front of the camera, so I'm quite sure. Nevertheless, though, I do have to bring y'all into what we can kind of describe as the speech for today, and also, we have to make sure to have one, folks, because the honest truth is, honestly, I'm starving here, and I gotta go and try and get a little snack of something, so that way I don't go into hyperglycemia and fall out on air in front of all y'all. And so, folks, without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Speech! Give me speech!
Yeah, baby!
Шановні присутні, шановні наші воїни, шановні рідні, близькі наших українських героїв, всі присутні, перш за все, я хочу подякувати вам за те, що ви є, за те, що ваша сміливість, відвага ваших побратимів і близьких дозволяє Україні бути і дозволяє Україні триматись, гідно триматись. Воїни часто бажають один одному удачі, і це надзвичайно важливо, але удача все ж таки не може прийти на допомогу замість побратима, який не підводить. Удача не замінює зброю, яка не схибить, не замінює підрозділ та командира, які дійсно можуть підтримати. Удача тільки доповнює, а не замінює бойову підготовку, яка має бути достатньою. Удача ніколи не замінить рідних, які знають найсильніші слова і дарують найбільше тепло. Та не замінить сміливість, без сміливості неможливо вистояти в такій війні, навіть коли удача повністю на твоєму боці. Україна може боротися і стояти саме завдяки тому, що все це у нас є. Є наші герої, є наші воїни, ви у нас є. Такі воїни, як ви і ваші рідні, які підтримують вас, які знають, що треба допомагати, коли побратим чи суміжник в непростих, дуже непростих ситуаціях. У нас є зброя, яка працює саме так і працює як потрібно. У нас є воїни, чия підготовка, уміння воювати часто найкращі, на мій погляд, найкращі в Європі. У нас є воїни, які не підводять, і саме тому справді можу сказати, що знають, що таке військова честь. Все в Україні тримається безумовно на таких людях, безумовно на вас, на кожного, хто Україну захищає, хто заради України і бореться, і працює заради оборони нашої держави, хто береже Україну і дбає про неї як про самого себе. І зараз, коли ми працюємо 24/7, щоб зупинити цю війну, гарантувати безпеку людям, щоб гарантувати Україні зброю, фінанси на підтримку на ці роки, на цей рік. Дуже важливо мати підтримку від партнерів. Зараз, коли ми робимо все, щоб встановити мир для України, ми чітко усвідомлюємо, що дипломатії без вас не може бути теж. Якщо не будуть сильними наші позиції на фронті передусім, Україна не матиме сильних позицій і в будь-якому форматі перемови. І кожен окупант, якого наші воїни знищують, і кожен результат, якого наші героїчні підрозділи досягають в боях.
Man, there's music blasting through this whole thing.
Oh, well, yeah, but this is a speech, though.
Yeah, we're going to get copyrighted.
Well, I mean, we already are going to be now.
I would cut it there.
Oh, okay then. Well, let me see about doing that really quickly. And with that, folks, Unfortunately, we can't play the rest of that. A little bit unfortunate, to be entirely honest. But with that, folks, that is the end of the speech, at least for now, because there are some issues with copyright there generally. But with that, we are going to be moving on to the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all, and boy, howdy, folks, what a good time it's going to be. I'm sorry that we had to cut that off a little bit early, but we are going to make sure to try and get to each and every single question that we possibly can. And of course, it's an incredibly fun time. And so, with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so that music there was bad. That played for a little bit, but we cut it off, though. We cut it off, so hopefully they won't get us with that. But anyways, moving on from that speech there, moving on to our Super Chat questions, and also, we are fresh out of polls, so we're moving straight into our Super Chats. Our first one is going to go to none other than Arar983, and thank you very much, Arar, for that $20 support. And he said, buy a Peacock subscription to watch NFL, or gift the Enforcers some chicken dollars, and LSA it is.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say that it is a wonderful and incredible thing to know that folks like you enjoy this channel and, of course, help us to keep this thing running. And also, Matthew, I just finally saw all the text messages that you're sending because my phone was left here. I had my headset on, and I was like trying to run downstairs and get some water real quick and some cashews or something because I was starving to death. So I just saw all that. But beyond that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also have to say, we're probably going to put that towards Costco chicken, because ain't nothing better than a Costco chicken. That I'll tell you. And so with that, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Pooker1228. And thank you very much, Pooker, for that support as well. And they said, sponsoring a question from the live chat, and keep it up, and hope you had a good Christmas.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And we will keep it up the best we can, of course, which is only the best we can do. And we thank you so much for enjoying this channel and supporting it, so that way we can try and keep this thing running and kind of rolling. Hopefully with no copyright, at least, because I actually didn't think about it, but I was hearing it in my headset. I started to hear those violin swells, and I was like, huh, it's one of those theatrics today, you know, one of those theatrical speeches. And I didn't think while I was downstairs, I was like, oh, damn, that's copyright. But anyways, a huge thanks to you once again, and we will make sure to get one from the live chat. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the live chat question goes to Robin, who said, how long would it take NATO forces to take Kaliningrad?
It would probably take not too long. Probably would take several weeks, at least to besiege the Russians within Kaliningrad, so not really that long at all. Most of the area is indefensible. It's practically a wide open plain within this area of former East Prussia, so it would be pretty hard for the Russians to entrench and create any defensive positions, and it would be also hard for them to supply them, considering that Russian resupplies would have to come from the city of Kaliningrad and its arsenals down the E-28 or the other major highways, which are pretty much wide open after the, NATO clears out the air defenses within that area. So it probably would only hold out for maybe a couple of weeks, or maybe a month or two at best, once ground forces started to move in. So honestly, not that long, but it'd still buy the Russians enough time, at least. So with that, I hope that does answer that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here, and also, by the way, let's see here. This one goes to none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A once again. He throws in another massive support tonight, by the way, the second one. And Bobby threw in that 100, another 100, and that is extremely generous of you, Bobby, and thank you very much for once again helping to keep the channel running. He said, for the copyright fund, LOL. Honestly, I hate that played for that long. I really hate that, but thank you very much, Bobby, for supporting the copyright fund, of course. The unfortunate part is tomorrow we'll probably have a bunch of comments of people saying, why is there ads all over this stream? Because it'll probably get hit with that, unfortunately. But anyways, Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I got to thank you so much for the support, Bobby, to the copyright fund. And I've got to say, it was something else right there. It was something else. Because I'm not going to lie, the reason why I had to stop it and go, what? Is because I hadn't popped my headset back on my ears, and it literally sounded like a Mel Blanc like sound bit, like, turn off that damn light. And I was like, what? I was like, is that a part of the speech? I was like, I don't think that's a part of the speech. I was like, that sounded a lot like Matthew, but kind of like Mel Blanc a little bit. And I was like, huh? And he was like, turn off the audio. And I was like, oh, okay. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to keep this channel running to where we could have a slip up like that on air. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, Bobby, because you massively help this channel to keep on running. You help us to keep this thing on air, and you help us to be able to have our lights on and some Costco chicken from time to time, which is, sometimes hard to get, sometimes easier. It just kind of depends on the week. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef, for throwing in that $50 support as well and supporting the channel in a very big way. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Danny said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And question is the U.S. still in a slow speed chase with the Bello 1 LTLSA? And take one from the chat. And
yes,
honestly, Danny, as far as we know, I think we are still in a low speed to medium speed chase with that ship. And we have not heard any updates yet as to whether or not that special team or special equipment's been brought in to board the vessel. I think they're still chasing it all the way out into the Atlantic somewhere. We don't even know where the thing's at this point. They're chasing out into no man's land out there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think it's somewhere north of like French Guiana. Or somewhere around there. I think that's where it's made it to, or it's kind of making it towards the opening of the Amazon off in the Atlantic somewhere. It's somewhere within that general area. We don't know exactly where, but the hunt is still on. Right now they're trying to bring in a special forces team, basically, to be able to board the ship and take it, which is giving us kind of an idea that apparently they must be armed on board, or there's some sort of a special circumstance surrounding this vessel that's making it a lot more difficult to try and take it. So right now, the hunt and the chase is still on, and they are still trying to get that thing. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again to the official chef of the LSA, not only for being a great chef, but also helping this channel to keep on running. And speaking of chefs, folks, I'm still quite hungry. If in case y'all are wondering, in the midst of Matthew hearing the copyrighted music and freaking out, and I'm downstairs trying to figure out what in the world to get. If you're wondering what did I get during that short time, I got like a fistful of cashews, and I just tried to eat them as quickly as I could, and then get a water and run back upstairs. So it honestly was quite luxurious. I mean, cashews are delicious. I mean, I think everyone can agree on that. But it wasn't a lot of them. So, a little unfortunate with that. And since Chef Danny B is here, I gotta say, right now I could go for, let's see. Matthew, what would you want to eat right now? If you could have anything in the world, no limits barred, what would you have?
Oh, I would have a whole cow.
A brown
A whole cow? No, not really though. If I could have anything like right now, like you talking about just food?
Yeah, food.
That's a tough one right there. I would probably have a nice Wagyu steak with the nice rosemary steak butter. That's probably what I would have. Something like that.
If I could have anything in the world, I tell you, I'd have a sea bass with like some nice trimmings, like a sea bass.
Oh, okay.
Man, bring that bass over here. Man, oh man,
these fish must be from Iraq the way they bagged that bass up. Damn.
Man, these fish must be from. Let's see, man. Let me think of a good one. Yeah, I can't think of one. Why, no. Jack? I'm starving. I don't know where I am.
That's gotta get the sad horn. Are you ready for the sad horn?
Yes.
Dang.
Damn.
Okay, crickets.
Damn, we're getting hit with like overstimulation. What is this, Coco Melon? Like, what the hell's going on here?
Got your stimmy for the day.
Man, I gotta tell you, that's one hell of a stimmy right there. All right, folks, now that you have all been TikTokified and overstimulated by the soundboard, now we can concentrate more proper. So, with that in mind, I gotta say, I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. I don't even know where the hell I'm going at this point because the soundboard really did throw me off. I was like, what the hell? It keeps going. And so
you're talking about a sea bass.
Oh yeah, I'd have a Chilean sea bass. Those things are great. Have y'all ever had one? They're fairly expensive. I've only had one once in my life, but it was pretty damn good. And I would have it again if I had the chance. It was delicious. Honestly, though, folks, I'm more of like a normal food kind of a person. I don't really like the too uppity food. like, it started, like, I don't know, I just grew up on the more normal stuff, like, in Alabama, like, thistles, grass, maybe every once in a while a legume. Nothing crazy. Alabama, we don't have a lot to eat down there. But if I had to pick something, it would be more so normal stuff. Like wings or pizza or a sandwich, something like that. That food's fine to me, really.
I think if I really had to like dig into a particular dish that was being served up at like the finest restaurant, I would have to order some perspective. I think that's what I would have to order personally, a little perspective. Bring out the ratatouille like the rat made, the one that was grabbing on that guy's hair and stuff like that, and making him cook right. I want some of that ratatouille. I want the best. Bring me out the ratatouille that the rat made. They don't call it ratatouille for nothing. I want the one that the rat made. I'm not talking about Peskov.
Bring me some fresh perspective. I'm sorry. Bring me some fresh perspective. Man, I remember that scene from that movie. And then that rat put together that meal, and it looked so good. And then it turns out ratatouille is a vegetable dish. I thought that was all like meats. I thought it was like a whole like myriad of meats from how they showed that, and it's apparently all vegetables. Nothing against vegetables, but I'll be honest with y'all, I just don't think it would taste that good. I had like this meaty flavor in my mind when I used to watch Ratatouille. I was like, man, that looks good. Well, it's like like pepperonis and God knows what, and it's all mixed together and it looks really good. Turns out it's literally all vegetables.
Man, they fed that food critic a dish that put him into a PTSD flashback. That dude, like, literally, like, lost his shit. Like, when after he ate that food, he was, like, having a flashback and everything. He lost it.
Bro, he ate that food, and he went back to Nam. There was a guy in front of him telling him, get the damn shovel! Like, it's like, bro, yeah, I don't know if that's good or if that's bad. I feel like that's bad, though. But this is Ratatouille, folks, not the movie right here with the rat. We're talking about the food, the real food. It's all vegetable based, and like it still looks good. It's just not good in the way I thought it would be good,
I've never had it, so I'm not really sure.
I mean, and also Brian Gonzalez said it was a poor people food. The point was the most humble dish to shut up a critic. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But for some reason, though, I still thought it'd have meat in it. Like even like poor people dishes in America, they always have meat in them still. And that's something that's actually kind of interesting is that in Europe, because resources even back then were a lot more constrained than they were here in America, poor people food was usually practically like pescatarian, so like only fish and vegetables, or vegetarian, so only vegetables, because meat was incredibly expensive in Europe. Nowadays, folks, we get to live that experience here in the United States. If you're in the lower class, you just don't buy meat. It's too expensive. Or you go to McDonald's. It's still cheaper there, but who knows what that is. But beyond I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just kidding. Nobody hurt me or anything. But outside of that, in Europe, poor people dishes actually were just mostly vegetables or the refuse of an animal, like whatever the least choice cuts were, and that might be some form of
I'm not sure that's refuse. That's doo-doo.
Well, I mean, it's shit, basically. That doesn't taste good. I mean, would you want to eat a cow kidney?
No, I don't like to eat those like strange parts of the animal and stuff like that. Like these people that go around eating like like wee and stuff like that. I'm like, I think I'll have to pass. I think I would have to just sort of like go find some vegetables to eat or something, or cook up some zucchini or something, some squash. I think I would have to go find something else first.
Yeah, that's true. I'd have to agree. Something that's crazy, folks. This is something a lot of people don't know. Italian food didn't take off in Italy. It took off over here, and then they imported that back to Italy. Like, a lot of people don't know that, and it's an interesting historical fact that a lot of foods are like that. But the United States, back then, even today still, it is a historically abundant place in terms of food, and basically any raw ingredient that you would want, especially meat, is incredibly common here in the States, especially back then compared to elsewhere. So whenever an Italian immigrant would come from, say, Italy here to the United States, they'd be like, oh my God. Like, the options here are limitless. Like, there's an endless amount of meat, there's an endless amount of vegetables, there's an endless amount of flour, and so on, of decent quality, especially compared to Europe, and especially compared to southern Italy, where a lot of these people came from. And so they would end up making the modern pizza, which is the American pizza. The Italian pizza was basically just a flatbread with some olive oil on top and maybe some tomatoes and such, and that was about it when it was originally made. But when it came to America, that's when it got the tomato-based sauce across the whole layer of it. They ended up becoming a lot larger, and they also started to get the pepperonis and other meat additions that you really didn't see usually on a normal traditional pizza. Then in the Second World War, when all the Italian Americans that were serving in the army were fighting in Italy, they would bring to Italy after that, and also in the American occupation afterwards, the American Italian food, which then influenced Italian food with an American flair to it, and also a more so heavy abundance in ingredients and abilities, and that's what made Italian food what it is today. A really kind of interesting thing about it, and when you watch the documentaries about that, which there's a decent amount of them on YouTube, it's wildly fascinating because I never knew that until about a year ago, and I was like, wow, that is actually really crazy. I did not know that America had that much, like Italy had a lot of influence on American food, but America also had a heavy influence on what in Italy is called traditional Italian food now. It's like, that's just wild, really.
Yeah, it kind of is wild too. Also, it's wild that in food, like pretty much everything, you can brainwash people to like certain foods. Like, for example, the lobster. Someone mentioned it right there. Tank Gunner said a lobster was considered the rat of the sea. Actually, the roach of the sea at one point is what people consider a lobster. But it's through good marketing and also sort of exposing people to lobster more and more that people kind of got over it and then became a luxury food. Now, if you get lobster, now you're like high class if you have lobster, which is kind of interesting. I'll be honest, lobster does taste good, but it's kind of overrated, kind of like a lot of those foods like that. It's just kind of a little bit overrated in my opinion, but it is pretty good.
It is pretty good. Actually, back in the day, Matthew, in a lot of prisons in the United States, they used to feed lobsters to the prisoners because it was basically cheap and inexpensive, and you could just get them all over the place.
Yeah, that was a different time right there. Now they're getting like I don't know what they call them, warden sandwiches or something like that. Now it's like has all your nutritional needs in the warden burger. It has like all your nutritional needs in one patty, and it looks like the nasty patty off of SpongeBob or something.
Man, imagine living back in colonial America and being like, "This prison's rank. I'm being fed lobster for dinner." Dude, people in the modern day be like, "Shut your damn mouth." It's like, you're lucky. Man, nowadays, folks, we just settle on horse meat and maybe some dog thrown in the mix here and there. But like honestly, it was a much interesting time back then. You know what was really wild, folks, is that back in the day, the Chesapeake Bay, which is where the Jamestown colony was founded, was actually so abundant with fish that some of the early settlers, like John Smith and Governor Radcliffe, actually documented that the fish were so abundant in pretty much the entirety of the bay that you could walk out in the water, kind of like stab a sword into it and pull it out, and you would guarantee you have a fish in the end of that sword. I don't know if that was an exaggeration for marketing purposes, because I also have to admit that there was a lot of exaggerations for marketing purposes that were done in writings like that, so they could send them back to Britain and encourage people to come over here. So might not have been true, but at least that's what they wrote. And it was, it did get a lot of people to move over here. I'm not going to lie. A lot of people were like, "There's that many fish in the river," and then a whole bunch of people would, move out here, and then they'd be like, "Man, this place sucks." It's like shit, and then they would get a little unhappy, and that was what it was. But they had to get them out here, and that was one way to get them out here, was just kind of maybe like lie a little bit about how it was like. Because, it's kind of interesting when you hear them say that. And honestly, folks, I think that that's more so of a lie now that I'm thinking about it that they were writing than a truth. Because, they say that, Matthew, that the food was all abundant over here, like just endless fish, endless food. But then it was like every time they would land at a colony, like half or a third of everyone who landed there in the first year would die from like starvation or disease. So it's like, was that really true? Probably not, because a lot of them ended up dying, as soon as they landed out here. So, I think that might have been BS.
Yeah, you never really can tell who's BSing.
Man, yeah, you never can tell. Nowadays, folks, the Chesapeake Bay is like a toxic hellhole. There's so much nitrogen-based fertilizers and other stuff that gets washed off from the major cities like Baltimore and Washington and others that feed into this area, that there isn't really a lot of natural fish or wildlife really within the Chesapeake Bay anymore. But that's what happens everywhere. I mean, it's not anything crazy. I mean, go look at the Yangtze in China. Basically, the whole thing's dead. I mean, there's nothing living in it hardly anymore. anymore, except for like the worst fish possible. And then we have those Asian carp that are running wild in the Mississippi here now. Oh, those carp. But anyways.
Carp.
Oh, those damn carp. I don't know if he was talking about those carp back then. Have y'all heard of the Asian carp? Yeah, I gotta show this to y'all. Let me go get a picture of this. I'm sure y'all have heard of it, because y'all are about to see it. They're the ones that fly.
Oh, yeah, those right there. I don't like those.
You know, when you're going down the river and they start jumping up in the thousands into the air and they start slamming you in the face and everything. It's these fish. And apparently they're edible. But I've heard here in America that people don't really eat them. Yeah, I believe they're considered to be inedible here in the States. But here's another. Damn, dude. What's up with the eyes on this one? This was going, damn, I just got out of the river. It's like, what the hell? Bro, what type of carp is this?
I don't know.
I don't know, man. That one's questionable. And here's a jumping silver carp. This one's silver. Now, if it was golden, the president would make a executive order to protect this fish, but it's silver, so it's still at the bottom tier, so it gets obliterated. So, you know, that's kind of fun. By the way, one interesting fact, I'm throwing out a whole bunch of random stuff here, folks, but this is an interesting one. In the Chicagoland area, in a lot of the canals that feed into the Mississippi and into the Missouri, they actually have these giant electrical fences basically in the water. So that way, if any carps try and make it, either above by jumping over the net, or through the net, or under the net, they get electrocuted to death. And this is what stops the Asian carp from making it out into the Great Lakes and obliterating the entire natural ecosystem of the Great Lakes. So if you ever want to thank anyone for the Great Lakes being what they are these days, you got to thank the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for electrocuting fish basically on the daily to stop them from getting into the lakes. So, you know, if you didn't know that, now you do. So anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to go to none other than, jumping to it, this one goes to Chronic Barbarian, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Chronic Barbarian, for that generous support as well. And he said, thank you for that coverage, as always.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our coverage. We try our best, and I hope that we've done a good job tonight. We always try our best, and hopefully it was meeting the mark. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And also, I just saw someone say Asian carp infested the ground. No, did they? Asian carp, Great Lakes. No! Wait a minute. When the world's the Army's like electric? Hold up. Army Canal electric barrier. What the hell is it for then? What? Why do they have that? So apparently they do have the electric fence I'm talking about. But I don't know what, like, I don't get it. I don't get it because let me go look at this here really quickly. By the way, this is a little station that they have. They have a literal army station here to where the army just looks straight down in the water and they're like, oh, there's one. And then they get them. I'm just kidding. It's on all the time. It's not like they're like targeting these things and obliterating them. But let's see. Generate to prevent invasive species from passing between the watersheds. So how did it get into the Great Lakes then? Because I remember hearing in a lot of stories that have been told about this, because they are there. Like, the person who said that's right, they are in the Great Lakes, apparently. But I've heard many stories where they're like, they're stopping them from getting in the Great Lakes, but apparently they're already there. So I don't really get the point of the whole electric barrier to stop the carp from passing through. It's like, if they're already in the lakes and they're already in the Missouri, what does it matter if they pass around from place to place? You know, I've actually heard that there's I've actually heard that there's a fish swimming around in the Great Lakes. He's got like a little yellow hairdo thing on him. He goes, we need to stop all of these illegal carp from coming into our Great Lakes. We have to make the Great Lakes great again. This is absolutely terrible. When they're sending in their carps, they're not sending in their best. They're sending in their worst. They're sending in the bottom feeders and the dwellers at the bottom of the river. Some of them have even eaten people, but I desist. We have to stop them. It's not a good thing, and we also have to stop the flood of fentanyl into our lakes. A lot of people in Chicago, they're dumping it down the toilet, and it comes out here into our lake. Very sad stuff. We have to begin some make the sewers great again policies, so that way the fent isn't getting into our lakes. It's not a good thing. But this is very interesting nonetheless. Anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed that well. We're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Fog37, also known as Bobo Uzala, who puts in a 20 as well. And thank you very much, Bobo, for that $20 support and also helping to keep the channel running. And Bobo said, Miss Disa, here's a couple of cups of coffee for you, and go LSA. And keeping Miss Disa awake, that's the goal. Keeping Miss Disa awake right there. Miss Disa's always awake, by the way, on the stream, on the Discord, all the time. So Miss Disa is always lurking all the time. Miss Disa sees all. But thank you very much, Bobo, once again for that support and supporting the Miss Disa Fund. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for supporting the Miss Disa Coffee Fund, because everybody has to have a cuppa to stay up and keep busy. So a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to none other than Notorious GRG. And thank you very much, Notorious, for that $20 support as well. And Notorious said, I know I'm way ahead of schedule, but I wishing you both all the best in the coming new year. And take a question from the live chat, please.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And thank you for enjoying the show. We try our best and hopefully have a little bit of success on that. And I gotta thank you so much for the kind words and supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing rolling, so that way we can make this thing a reality every single day. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And Matthew, what do we got?
What do we have? What do we have?
I thought we were getting a
Oh,
live
you mean
chat.
a live chat question?
Yes.
Oh, damn! I was getting confused there. I
Heavens.
was writing in the chat. I got confused.
Whoa,
Like,
Jackie.
something on what? I'm like, what?
What do we have? What do you mean? When I was born in Scranton, you gotta understand, we didn't have a lot. We used to walk around with straight razors, and we used to play tag.
Hey, have you ever heard about that man on the moon?
Hey, listen, Jack. They're gonna sit there and tell you about these men on the moon, but they won't tell you about the scuba divers near the islands.
Oh, you gotta talk about common sense reform.
When your kid want to know about that man on the moon, or that man that ran the marathon, or G and running up Himalayas, you gotta running up those fat stacks, those big bags of cash, you gotta really worry about that. It's those cash you gotta worry. It's like, look, they gotta bundle the cash. They gotta give it to you in 20s. Here, have a bundle.
Look, you gotta wake up. You gotta wake up. This is all a dream.
Look, you don't know. The head from the hole, or the hole in the head, and then the hole in the ass, or the ass in the hole, or eat the thing. Anyways, what I'm trying to say.
Wait a second. You gotta remember, you gotta remember that back in the day, there was Corn Pop. And Corn Pop, he ran a bunch of bad dudes, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And those bad boys used to get those straight razors, and they'd bang them on the curb, because that's just what bullies did. They'd get deadly weapons and bang them on the curb. And then they'd throw them in the trash bin, too, and let them rust up in there with the rainwater. And then they would whip out the straight razors and go around terrorizing people. I'm like, wait, hold on a minute. I'm like, this story's accurate. Those don't sound like bullies. Those sound like thugs. And they sound deadly, too. It's like, these aren't just like your average street bullies or something. That sounds like a gang.
And I'd walk up to him and I'd go, what's going on around here? I'm going to beat your ass. It's like, yo, what the hell? He's like throwing hands with the local gang. It's like, man,
I don't think that's smart. I think that might have been exhibiting a little bit of bad judgment. I don't think you want to go messing with people with straight razors in the hands. Like, you might want to go the other way. You might not want to mess with them.
I'm not gonna lie, man. The Joe lore was kind of like insane. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the background lore on that's like, what the hell? It's like, what did he grow up? Did he grow up in like the Punisher or something? Like, where in the hell was he? Well, you know where he was at. He was in Southern Philly.
We got even worse stories than that. We said, look, we didn't live in Scranton. We lived down in Wetumpka, and they used to bang Glock 9s on the curb, rust them up in the rain barrels.
Lord, they used to come around. They used to have the Glocks with the switches and the extendo mags, and they drive around in their whips playing stupid loud country rap music, and they would threaten you, and they would tell you that they were gonna bust you up and pop a leak in you. And we would sit there and we'd tell them back, listen, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Honestly, I think we got something better than Scranton lore. We got Alabama lore. There's nothing that compares.
Man, honestly, man, like recent presidents used to be like, I'm talking about in the 2000s, folks. I'm going to go through each one of them. Hi, everyone. I'm George Bush. I grew up in high school. I was in the Air Force. I'm kind of balanced. I grew up in Hawaii and kind of had a middle-class life. I grew up in a very wealthy family, but I try and relate to people somehow, some way. Look, Jack, I went in the hood. I was getting in gang fights. Like, I was beating the shit out of people. And then it goes right back to, I was born in a very wealthy family, had a small loan of $1 million. It's like, everyone else was, like, from, like, an upper middle class family, or, you know, more on up in the government, like, you know, the Bushes. And then you have him. It's like, where the hell did he come from? It's like, bro, he was like scrapping in the streets of, like, southern Philly. And then he ends up as, like, the president for a term. It's, like, really interesting, honestly, you know? It's like, I don't know. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, our next super chat goes to Luke Mitchell, who puts in a 10. He said, and plus, you talk too much. It wasn't that you're doing a good job.
I don't know if people get this, folks, but, like, dead air is
a
something.
joke.
Oh,
It was a joke. It was a joke.
I was gonna say,
It
I
was
was
a
like,
joke.
it's like I don't think people get it, but I kind of have to talk. Like, you know, it's like, you know,
The stage direction was spoken in Italian voice. It was a joke.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I was like, what the hell? I thought you were just doing that to add some comedic addition to it. I was like, what the hell? It's like, do people not get this as a talk show? It's like, basically, that's what it is. But still, a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, our next one goes to Space Fraggle, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Space Fraggle, for that $10 support as well. And he said, winner, Costco chicken dinner. Love your show, Enforcers.
I gotta say, I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, it's a wonderful thing to know that folks like you are helping us to keep this thing rolling and make this thing possible. So humongous thanks to you so much once again, Space Fraggle, for the chicken dinner, the Costco chicken dinner, the best chicken out there. And we, of course, thank you greatly for always helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to be a reality. And with that, it's time. Oh, we triggered someone, folks. They say, oh, he says he's not trying to make it political, and then he makes it political. It comes right after we do the voices. So I'll take a guess at it, folks. That was the person who leans left and can't take a joke about Biden, because that was the voice we were just doing, and that's apparently what triggered him. It's like, and then we'll do the Trump voice, and then someone will do that too for him. It's like, do people not get it's just a joke? Like, you can laugh at them, you know? It's not like you know these people personally or you're married to them.
Soft and soft serve, they said, sir, they're so soft, sir. They said, snowflakes. We got a new term now. It's called softy soft. They said, sir, pouring them up like soft serve, sir, like Dairy Queen of dairy. That's what they call them, the Queen of dairy. They said, milk, and they said, make it the queen. They said, I just sell a couple of dilly bars. It'll fix things up. Here, you want a dilly bar? Here, have one.
I gotta be honest with you, folks. I don't really get it. A lot of people are always like, it's political, just like the Russia hoax. And I gotta be entirely honest with you, folks. I don't really get it. We keep it very apolitical here. I mean, if something's stupid, it's stupid. If you expect me to say that every decision has a point, then you're going to be sadly disappointed. But one thing I do have to say is that we keep it very apolitical around here. We make fun of everyone across the board, whether they're leaning left or right or kind of leaning towards the right. It doesn't really matter. We criticize them all equally, and it's what we do because that's how we remain apolitical and keep sane in this crazy world of ours. So I hope that this addressed that well.
I forgot to mention it's we're on the topic of dilly bars. You got to remember it's not something you should be eating every day. It's not good for your soul to eat dilly bars all the time. Have a dilly bar in moderation. Just like anything, you got to be really careful how much you eat of anything to make sure you're not gobbling down dilly bars. You got to make sure you're not. Make sure you have a little venison from time to time. It's good. You know what I'm saying.
I gotta be honest with you. I can't do that voice tonight.
I'm the king of that voice right there, man. I got that voice down. I don't even know how I have that down. Like, I'm just naturally good at that voice. Hopefully, I don't develop a same thing like that, because I would hate to develop the same thing like that. Honestly, feel bad for the guy for the thing. But, of course, everybody's got their speech quirks. I've got my own. I don't get offended when people imitate mine. For me personally, I have a thick skin, so I don't mind it personally. But some people get offended by it.
Revoke their
I'm
licenses.
not a soft serve. I'm not Mr. Softy.
Revoke their licenses. They cannot talk. But let's see.
I don't have a license. I'm unlicensed.
Also, I just, bro, someone said, well, I'm out. It's like, bro, you're watching a war news channel and you draw the line at an impersonation? It's like, bro, it's like, dude, watching wars is fine, but hearing, God forbid, someone makes fun of some guy that I know in Washington somewhere, then I'm out. Well, man, that's a weird sort of a line to have right there. I feel like that line's kind of crossed by getting into the war news segment because
It's kind of crazy they get offended by that because that one guy, he offends everybody. They said, sir, how many names can I make up today, sir? They said, I'm coming up with a new nickname for him today. I said, let's call him Crazy Jack. That's what they call him, Crazy Jack. They said, sir, Jack's coming around. He said, Jack is talking too much. They said, sir, he's crazy as hell. That's what they call him, Crazy Jack. They said, sir, the name. Honestly, it's how you gonna get offended when literally the whole modern day political scene is just making pot shots at one another with like nasty jokes and nasty nicknames at other people. It's like that is the whole political scene. People are gonna get mad at us. So what the hell y'all listening to?
It like literally, like some people will sit there and go, Merry Christmas, except you, all the sleazeball Americans, this is your last. And then it's like, okay, so then us making fun of people is where people draw the line. It's like, I think on one mainstream news channel, someone just advocated for killing the homeless recently. And that's fine for people. But when we sit here and make a voice, then people draw the line. I don't really get that one. It doesn't really make any sense. That's why we're never apologizing for it, because it's stupid and it makes no sense. It's I've heard all kinds of crazy stuff lately, folks. All kinds of crazy stuff. And interestingly enough, society doesn't really buck that too much. But God forbid, folks, we do a Trump or Biden voice on the show. All hell's going to break loose, at least for a couple of people. It makes no sense.
Honestly, I need to implement some of those measures. Cult of Matt, like that seems like a good thing. Honestly, folks, like if you go look at it, like it's really remarkable. Like some of these cults out there, like I won't name them because they like to get really litigious. This cult out there, but everybody knows which cult I'm talking about. It's the one that has certain reputation as being one of the biggest cults in America. They know how to captivate people, but they have to look for the right person, though. Not everybody is that suggestible. So they have to go looking for the right suggestible people by giving them a test. And then once they realize, oh, we have a sucker here, if you want to call them a sucker, someone who's usually misled or something like that, then they hook, line, and sinker them. And those people are basically indoctrinating that cult for life. It's kind of weird, though, that in politics now, they're not really looking for just anybody. They're looking for everybody. It's like everybody's getting sucked into that, like one cult or the other. Like if you're in one party, you're highly indoctrinated for that one. If you're in the other party, it's the same thing on that side too. It's like, do people not realize you just gave up all your agency as a voter when you decided to get indoctrinated? Like gave up all your agency instead of being independent. It's like you're just giving up all your stuff. Who are the politicians vying for? They're vying for the independent vote. They're not vying for the cult vote. They already got it.
Yeah, I would have to say, and also you can see, folks, you can see political bias from folks in the chat when they start saying who's at fault, because people will say the evangelicals or something, like anything. And then you can see the snowflakes and the commies, you can see all that. The truth is, it's everyone. There's a lot of there's a lot of people out there who are very susceptible to this cult worship stuff, because modern politics is identity politics. So if you subscribe to a political belief, it comes with all this other stuff that you have to make your life. So if you lean towards you can come up with a stereotype for the right and the left, and to be entirely honest with you all, a lot of people who really are heavily political, they lean very heavily into those stereotypes on the left or the right. Like if they're right leaning, they're always going to act like nothing can ever be fun. Everything has to be miserable. I'll say this is one thing I find weird. They're all for like tradition, but at the same time, they're really not. Like if you really watch what they claim is tradition, it's not tradition. It's something that only came around within like the last 20 years or 30 years. Like it was like a new thing in the 90s, and they call that tradition. I'm like, that's not tradition. And then if you look at the left, it's like a whole bunch of people who generally act like socialism is like hardcore socialism is like the only way forward, and they have to be open and accepting, except for when people disagree with them, and then they get really violent. You can come up with anything for the left or the right, and it'll generally stick, because a lot of people who get into that, they have to fit like the mold. They're not allowed to be who they are and just say, I'm a Republican or a Democrat. They have to fit the mold of being a Republican or a Democrat. So a lot of them end up becoming like cookie cutter people. And what's even crazier is that they will be cookie cutter people. And if you put a whole bunch of Republicans in a room, they're all like the same person. And if you put a whole bunch of Democrats in the room, they're all the same person, basically. But then they all sit there and say, I'm not sheep. I'm outside. I'm breaking the mold. It's like, no, you're not. You're literally falling in another one.
You know, the secret of it, the secret that I've sort of like figured out is how they're doing it, because I'm kind of fascinated by it. I'm not trying to be like, you know, forming a real cult. I'm just fascinated by the strategies they're using, because it's kind of interesting from a psychological point of view. I think the strategy is they're preying on people that are isolated. That's the thing, because what's the one thing they're offering? They're offering identity for people. So if you go join like a cult, you naturally, most people that join a cult are usually lacking some type of purpose, or they're isolated or something like that. So they're looking to fill a void. So they join a cult. It gives them purpose. It gives them a community. So they go join it. It's the same thing in politics. If people are having a void, they go look at a political party. They see that they can create that as their identity, which is why you see people getting so entrenched in certain political parties, because they're filling a void. Same thing in marketing too. You might notice that most companies have made a switch from advertising products to advertising a lifestyle. That's the new thing now. So now if you wear like a certain brand of outdoor clothing, you're a member of this community now. You're not just buying a product, you're buying a whole community with it as well. So it's like I think marketing like always leads the way in this type of stuff. And then people realize, oh, that marketing really worked good for that company. We can also use that in our politics and in our cults too, to basically recruit people into it. It's really weird, but it all revolves around isolation. And unfortunately today with social media, people are getting more isolated than ever. So it's becoming a lot easier to basically indoctrinate people because of how isolated people are getting thanks to technology. It's creating the problem.
And I would have to definitely agree. And I see some people in the chat, folks, saying, "Well, it's this party that leaves all the crap behind. It's others that clean it up." That's the truth for both of them. Like, you know, you can look through any policy within the past 20 years, and a lot of them that are messed up have really no point of origin. Like, it's not a Republican or Democrat thing. It's both of them. Like, a lot of them will start off a project. Well, both parties will, a lot of the times, start off a project and just completely leave it unfinished. And where it's pretty much imperfect and heavily flawed, and it doesn't really work well at all. And that's basically how a lot of things have been done over the past 20 years by both sides. And then the other side will either try and get rid of the program, which basically never happens, or they try and fix it, but then they fix it just a little bit, but it's still pretty much broken beyond repair. And that's really how it's worked a lot recently. I wish it didn't work that way. Like, you know, I wish that there would be some compromise, or at least some way to figure out how to actually make a working system, because people like the Republicans screwing over the Democrats and the Democrats screwing over the Republicans to get like some brownie points with their voter base doesn't really do a lot for the citizenry in the long run. It's actually quite detrimental. In fact, it's destructive, and both sides engage in that heavily. Like, you'll see how, like, one of the more common things that you'll see these days is that politicians will do stuff to like own the libs or own the MAGA people, and it's like that doesn't really do anything for anyone at all. Like, no matter who's doing that, it's destructive. It only hurts everyone involved, because like if you're talking like any domestic topic, if you're talking about infrastructure, healthcare, moral issues, whatever, when people do that and they just completely torpedo something and end it right there, when the situation is screwed up and it needs to be fixed, no matter who did the torpedoing, they're basically screwing everyone over, no matter what side of the political aisle they're leaning on. So I would just, you know, I would wish that they would understand that, and that the public would understand that, and that the public would get outraged when stuff like that happens from either party, where they just flat out torpedo something from the other, because it doesn't do any of us any good, no matter who's bringing up the issue or who's trying to propose a fix, is to just straight up torpedo something and obliterate it. But that's just my 2 cents on it. You know, that's what I think would be a lot better, is compromise, more so than just dog-headed cultism that exists these days on both ends. But anyways, with that, I hope that addresses that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Marion Deemer, who puts in a $30 support. And thank you very much, Marion, for that support. We do appreciate that. And it's good to see you in the chat. And then Marion said, it was a joke, and stay safe in LSA.
And I thank you so much for, I'm so sorry. I actually didn't know it was a joke, because we had that one super chat a while ago that just like went off on us. So I thought it was another one like that. I was like, huh? But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, folks, you may not know this, but Back, obviously not recently, the CIA has gotten much better at it from what I've heard at least. But back in the day when the CIA was still trying to cultivate their PSYOP programs and things like that, they actually took inspiration from a couple of large companies in America because the marketing teams of these major corporations are actually really good psychology experts. That's what they are at their core. So you'll find people that are really good at psychology that usually get into marketing because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to find a void and fill it. And that's usually how you sell more products. So I won't name the company specifically, but there's one company that is extremely good at marketing to the point where it's good in psyops too. They happen to sell a lot of soda, if you know what I'm saying. They've done a lot of things in American society when it comes to like shaping. Say what?
Oh, it's the REPO company, right?
Maybe. I'm not sure which one that is, but maybe.
It's the one with the red color as its primary logo. Huh?
Possibly so. But that company there has done a lot to shape the American culture, believe it or not. That company has shaped it. Like, for example, Christmas, they had a huge role in shaping how Christmas is in the modern day. And most people don't even know that. That company alone, with their marketing team, kind of shaped modern day Christmas to a large degree just through their marketing campaigns. That's how powerful those campaigns really are. So the CIA looked at all these different strategies and said, hey, those companies are actually having some huge success with that. We can modify that a little bit and use it for our psychological campaigns on foreign countries and also domestically as well. So they did it, and they took those. They didn't work directly with the company, at least for as far as we know, but they saw the strategy and they adapted it for their own use.
So back in the day, folks, this is actually something a little bit interesting to talk about there. Back in the day, Santa Claus always has had a large white beard in every single version of Santa Claus, but he looked very different depending on who was telling the story and where he was from and what region he was in, even in the United States. Back then, it was common to see Santa in a wide variety of different colors and different outfits for that matter, like blue or red or green, which were decently common, but red was one of the least common. Then the Coca-Cola company came in the 1920s, and they made a Santa advert where Santa wore this red outfit with white trim, which is the very same colors of the Coca-Cola company's logo. And it was so wildly successful of a marketing ad that Santa from then on has worn this red and white outfit in every single telling of a Santa Claus story. And it's actually called the Coca-Cola Red because it's from the Coca-Cola advertising campaign. Let me see if I can find you all that original Coca-Cola Santa Claus advert. So let's.
You know why they did that, by the way? Like the main reason why they probably did that?
Red is more striking, and it also matches their company logo.
Well, do you know why they got involved in Christmas heavily, though?
Why, Matthew? Why?
Because, and this is just my theory, by the way, so take it for what you will, but the theory on the street is that they weren't selling as much Coca-Cola as they wanted to sell during the winter, because Coca-Cola wasn't necessarily considered a winter drink or something you drink during the cold season. It was like a summer thing, and it was, of course, something refreshing to have cold during the summer, but they wanted to sell some more of it during Christmas. That's the theory, at least. So they got involved in Christmas marketing to sort of make it synonymous with the winter season, which obviously Christmas sits right in the middle of it. So that sort of started turning Coca-Cola into something you drink during cold seasons as well.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. I actually didn't know that either. And also, man, here's that original Coca-Cola advert right here, the one that showed Santa Claus in red. I think this was the first one.
Interesting. Also, you know that they have the polar bear too that lurks around. Like, I'm not sure if they still have that around, but it used to be a big deal. They had the bear that ran around.
Oh yeah, that's their big thing. That's like their annual kind of like company mascot. But seasonally, it's Santa Claus, and they pretty much made Santa Claus into who he was. As a matter of fact, folks, it actually was kind of to Coca-Cola's contribution that Santa Claus kind of became the face of Christmas, because before that, it was a lot more of like Santa Claus was more so a side character, and it was more so about the birth of Jesus. But when Santa Claus came around and the Coca-Cola advert became wildly popular, the public attention actually shifted more so completely onto Santa Claus. And you'll even notice that, folks, when interestingly enough, in how the Christmas songs changed around that time. Because before that, the most common sorts of songs for Christmas were like traditional English Christmas carols, especially here in the United States. after the Santa Claus adverts became big, and some of the Santa Claus stories like, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and so on, which also became wildly popular during the same time, came into being, you would see that on the radio during Christmas time, instead of traditional English songs, Christmas carols being played as the most common songs, they became more modern songs like Santa Claus is Coming to Town and others like that. And that also happened around that time. So you could actually say that Coca-Cola generally molded Christmas into what it is today, but it still has a heavy influence from what was the more important thing that made Christmas Christmas before this even, which was Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, which is about Ebenezer Scrooge and the Cratchits and all that. That actually was the most influential book that has ever been written about Christmas, and pretty much turned Christmas into the modern holiday it is, but Coca-Cola turned the whole Santa deal into what it is today. Now, actually, Santa's being threatened. Did you know that, Matthew, as far as, like, popularity in the United States?
Who's he being threatened by?
The Grinch.
Those bastards.
Those sons of bitches. I mean, but the Grinch, the Grinch is actually becoming a very wildly popular Christmas character to a lot of people, to the point that it's actually becoming fairly popular, almost to the level of Santa Claus. Actually, I'll be honest with y'all, I don't really like the Grinch. Like, I've never really gotten the fascination with the Grinch, to be entirely honest with y'all. Like, an ornery asshole sort of a thing isn't really my Christmas feel, and also, I mean, that's rough. So, I'd rather like the Santa Claus thing, he wears red and white, he's holly, he's jolly, he rides the sleigh, like, that's a lot more of a better cultural sort of a...
Yeah, sort of how society is, kind of a little upside down with the whole thing. It's like, you're not supposed to like this guy. This guy was supposed to be hated right here. So he wasn't supposed to be liked, but now people like him. It's like, interesting. People like the guy you're supposed to hate, and they hate the guy you're supposed to like. That's kind of a little bit fascinating. But you know what the most effective marketing campaign of all time is? Like, do you know the overall strategy?
No, what is it, and what was the strategy?
It's addiction. That's the best marketing strategy of all time, is addiction, actually. And a lot of companies strive for that. Not naming any one specific, but a lot of companies do strive for that. Like, for example, the tobacco industry is obviously sort of like on that pretty heavy. Also, the cartels, I mean, their marketing strategy is pretty much addiction. So, I mean, companies love to get you addicted to stuff. So that way they can have you as a return customer, pretty much. Once you can get a little taste of something that has a little addictive quality, you can, have a customer for life pretty much.
Oh, I totally forgot to tell y'all something else that made Coca-Cola very popular in the States. Do you know what I'm about to say, Matthew?
No.
The president of Coca-Cola at the outbreak of World War II said that every single American soldier should be able to enjoy a cold Coca-Cola while he's in the service overseas. And so it was really the only soft drink that was kind of available in most places to US forces anywhere in the world, which made it insanely popular when they came back home. And that's what gave Coca-Cola such a huge market edge, is that a lot of people had really gotten into Coca-Cola while they were in the service, so when they got out and they came back home, they just brought that fascination with them.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, like, not to keep on throwing out, like, just side shoot rabbit holes, but also, folks, while World War II kind of brought Coca-Cola into the modern sort of popularity that it has today, one thing that's crazy is that it also killed the most popular American dish that had existed up until that time, which was the lamb chop. The lamb chop was actually the most popular dish in the United States of America up until World War II. In World War II, because lamb chops were considered to be a very good meal and people loved them, the army would cook up lamb chops all the damn time. They practically had to eat almost every other day. So a lot of people came to hate the flavor of lamb chops, and it completely killed lamb chops in popularity in America after World War II. Before World War II, insanely popular, lamb chop restaurants that specialized in lamb chops were all over the country. After World War II, basically all of those stores disappeared because nobody was even going to them anymore.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's wildly fascinating too. Honestly, like, the impact of the Second World War on American culture is wildly fascinating because it also changed the way people travel. Like, before World War II, it was almost entirely by train. After World War II, everybody completely dropped the train because the service was so bad in the Second World War. Everybody went to the automobile. It's really interesting how much it changed America, because America before World War II is an entirely different America to what came after World War II. It's kind of like how people talk about the pre-9/11 America and the post-9/11 America. It was very similar to that with the Second World War. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chef Danny B once again. And Chef Danny puts in a $40 support this time. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that generous $40 support and the second support of the night. And Chef Danny said, it's me again. I think I'm going to take the next couple of weeks off for my catering. I don't have any events until mid-January, but this holiday season really kicked my ass between my kids, my restaurant, and the catering company. Honestly, that sounds like it would. That's 3 major deals right there all at the same time.
And I'd have to say, it certainly does sound like that was a lot to do, and you definitely need the time off for sure. Because folks have always got to take a break and put the pieces back together and then get back to it, kind of like we did over Christmas break to some extent, although that wasn't necessarily the case in some degrees. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a 20 from Crispy, and thank you very much, Crispy, as well, for that support. And they said, Enforcers, how do you prefer your steak? I prefer my steak medium well, personally. I like a medium well. I don't like the steak where it's like, really red. I prefer it to be like nicely cooked, but not too done. But Enforcer, what say you?
I like mine medium, because it's got a good bit of flavor in it. It's kind of like towards where Matthew's at in the ballpark, but a little less cooked, which I think is a little bit better in my opinion. But I gotta tell y'all something. I gotta tell y'all a horror story. Everything we used to eat back when we were kids, it was all cooked far past well done, basically. It was like burnt almost. And there was like no flavor in any of it. It would just have salt and pepper on it, and it'd be basically cooked to a crisp. And so most of our lives, we grew up eating steaks that were cooked well done. I mean, like, they were so well the inside was gray, like that kind of deal. And I mean, like charcoal gray, and we would eat that, and I'd be like, steaks aren't that great. It kind of tastes like rubber. So then we finally grew up, and we got to the ability to where we could eat ourselves whatever steak we'd like, and I tried out like a medium cooked steak, and I was like, damn, this is pretty good. I mean, this is way better than well done. I mean, like, far better. But I gotta tell you, folks, that's a horror story growing up on well done, like, more so than, like, well done, but, like, well done cooked meats, because you never really get to enjoy the flavor. It's like basically eating leather. So, I gotta be honest with you, I don't like that at all. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here, our next super chat is going to go to none other than Steve. And Steve put in a $10 support. And thank you very much, Steve, for that support. And he said, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt, I meant to ask this before Christmas, but with the Russian Black Sea Fleet almost or completely out of use, do you think Ukraine will take out the Crimean Bridge?
I'm doubting it. I don't really think the Ukrainians even have any inkling of an idea to hit the Kerch Bridge anymore. It's just too well defended, and it doesn't even really pose that strategic of a target anymore, in my opinion. So I think they're most likely going to just skip out on that and not try to hit it. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Zach Dennison, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Zach, as well, for that support. He said, love the channel with the Irish flag behind it.
Hey, and thank you so much for loving the channel, all the way from Ireland. We love to know that you're enjoying the channel. We thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 that just came in from Chase Matty. And thank you very much, Chase Matty, for that support. He said, at this point, did the Russian army adopt Wagner tactics to be able to advance on the battlefield? And please elaborate.
Not really, but the Russians really don't have a modern battlefield tactic. There is one that they're supposed to emphasize, but we never really see them emphasizing that doctrine at all. Basically, the modern Russian tactic, or I guess you could say doctrine, is to get a whole bunch of guys in some form of transportation, so a car, an APC, on a turtle tank, or on motorcycles, or on horseback even, and just have them go at a position. Basically a frontal charge. They hope that some of them make it through, and if some of them make it through, they then have to fight until they're dead, or until they take the position, either way. So it's really more so not a Wagner tactic, it's really more so of an early World War I tactic. Just charge across the field, hope that some of them make it across to the other side, and then once they make it across, try and battle your way into a position, take out the enemy in there, and then at least hold the foothold so that way the next wave can take advantage of that, and then try and push even deeper. So that's really the Russian tactic that we see these days, and I wouldn't even call that Wagner. There's more so medieval, really. I mean, it's from like 100 years ago, and it doesn't work. It didn't work well then, and it certainly isn't working well now. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support, Chase Maddie, and I hope that does address your question incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a massive shout out to ARP Bob, who just threw in a $100 support, a $99.99 support. And thank you very much, ARP Bob, for that massive support of the channel and helping to keep it running as well. And Bob said, keep up the great work, Enforcer Matt. Slava Ukraine, and long live the Lee Spring Army.
And long live the Lee Spring Army indeed. And I got to thank you massively for the support, ARP Bob, for helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't have been able to keep it running. And it still wouldn't be running to this day. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Matt, I tell you what, keeping that channel running into the new year, I tell you what, just kicking it right across the new year line, right into 2026. And we do appreciate the support, by the way, folks, very, very much sincerely. But this one goes to Crispy, who puts in the 10. And Crispy said, I'm not going to ask a question, and we're all on the same page, Enforcers. Take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support. And interesting to hear, and very neat to hear that you're on the same page as us. We love to hear it. But we will make sure to get one from the chat, and you're on it, Crispy. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Little Bear, who said, did you see the China getting missile, do you see the China missile boats out of cargo ships?
I did see that, but we haven't covered it because I'm trying to learn more about that, talk about it. But I do thank you for the support and sponsoring that live chat, and I hope I was able to address that somewhat well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Aris Versailles, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Aris, for that support. They said, thank you for the news, information that I do not hear locally, and LSA.
And thank you so much for enjoying our news coverage. We try our best, and hopefully we do well. Y'all wouldn't believe it, folks. But some people tell us that what we do here on this channel is make-believe, and it doesn't matter, and that it's just completely worthless. You wouldn't believe who says that kind of stuff, but we're always happy to know that a lot of people find a great deal of worth and value out of this thing, and we're always happy to know that we're able to get the news out to a lot of folks who really care about what's going on out there in the world and want to know what actually is up, instead of what you'll hear as a summary on the mainstream news before they get back to their political coverage. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Russ Rizzo, who puts in a 10. And Russ said, have you ever seen Zelensky dance? He should challenge Putin and our boy to a dance-off. And go to Harbor Seafood and Steakhouse, Salt Lake's highly rated sea bass.
Oh, really? I actually have to take a look at that. I have to take a little gander around at that for sure. I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also have to say, let me make sure to reread your questions so that way I can, let's see. Have you ever seen Zelensky dance? I have seen it before, Russ Rizzo. Not a lot, though, but I have seen it. It's not too bad, really. Not too bad at all. And honestly, I don't think Putin would do good. He'd have to sing like Sugar Hill or something like that. But we will go to Harbor Seafood and Steakhouse one day, maybe. Hopefully it's not too expensive. And so that way we can give it a little bit of a shot and try and enjoy it. So big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Cerebrus. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that support. They said, what did I miss? Are people crashing out over some random improvisation voice? And you can either laugh or cry at politics, thus independent and care about policy that helps people.
And I'd agree with you, Cerebrus. It's a little bit interesting. Some people, like, I don't really get it, because here's my thing. I don't know anyone in politics personally at all. Like, the cousin of the vice president follows us on Twitter, but I don't know the vice president personally. I don't know any of them personally. And even if I did, I mean, why in the world would you hold back from making a joke? It's not like these people are like God walking on earth or something like that. They're just people, and most people are subject to all kinds of jokes all the time. I mean, we are, and I don't really care. I mean, it's like, hell, a lot of the stuff we do is pretty silly, and with that, we're on to the next one kind of stuff. That's something to make fun of. No, like, not for real, not for real. But that kind of stuff is something to make fun of. We do it so much, it's basically like a stereotype sort of a deal, or an archetype thing. But I don't get people who really get infuriated with it. It's not about like the people who just don't like him. It's about the people who hear them like it's a Trump voice or a Biden voice, and then they get pissed off because we're insulting them or something. It's like, I just got to be honest with you. I don't really know why in the world anyone would care, because it's not like anyone knows them personally. It's not like they're your family, and it's not like they even know you or would care about you. Like any of these people, they're not going to care about you. Like I don't know why people care so much about them. Like if you walked up to either one of those guys, like Biden or Trump, and you sat there and said, "Hey, I've fallen on hard times, but I love you so much, and I've cussed people out who have insulted you." They're gonna go, "Yeah, that's great, whatever. Go do whatever the hell you're doing and leave me alone." Like they're not gonna give a damn about anyone. There's so many people that talk about them and know about them and love them. I mean, they can't love all these people back, and they're not gonna love you. So why in the world be so defensive about these folks? That's something I don't get.
Or they could be like, come sit on my lap. What do you want for Christmas?
Yeah, I mean, like my kind of mental mindset, folks, is that if someone wouldn't really care about you the way you care about them, you shouldn't care about them like that. And that goes for every single politician. Like if I became a politician, folks, I'm not going to be able to help everyone out. Like, at that point, it's more so a business relationship between y'all and me. I'm a representative of the constituents. The constituents vote because I represent their interests. That's it. You don't have to love me for who I am. You don't have to, and I don't even know a lot of the constituents for that matter. I would never be able to get to know all of them. So it's a more so business-based relationship at that point. You shouldn't be worshiping these people and acting like you love them, like they're your husband or your wife or something like that. That's my take on it, and that's why, as far as politicians go, I don't really sit there and act like any of them are above any sort of comedy or scrutiny. I mean, they're all to be joked on and scrutinized. That's what the position brings. That's a part of being in the United States. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again for support, Sarah Brisson. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
I want to know, how come nobody's ever questioned? When some stuff's like right in your face, like people don't question it. But has anybody ever questioned? Like if you heard this story right here, like of some old guy that people go to sit on his lap and tell him what they want, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you that. I'm gonna get you that." It's like most people be like, "Hey, what the hell? Like what are you talking about? Like that sounds a little bit sus. I don't know about that." But if he wears a red coat and he puts on a hat, all of a sudden it's all normal. It's like it's normal now. It's like, oh, okay, it's normal now. He has a gang of reindeer in the back too. It's like, oh, okay, he's all cool. He's got a sled. It's like, are we overlooking this? I mean, it's a little bit strange if you really think about it.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of weird when you think about it. Like honestly,
An old man patting his laptop, like, come here, sit down. It's like, oh, whoa.
We need to look into that more. Like, we need to investigate that. like, we need to get a congressional inquiry on that one. But also, I see some people saying, let's see, well, so-and-so started this and so-and-so started that. Yeah, I mean, but, that's when they're not in the office, though. Like, Carter doing Habitat for Humanity, I don't even think he was president at that point. He was a former president. So then he's a private citizen again. So then you can talk about him in a personable level because he's a personable guy. He's not the president anymore. But when they're the president, it's a business relationship. That's the thing. Like, people don't get that. Like, I don't like Biden or Trump. I don't like Obama or Bush or Clinton or anyone else. It's a business relationship. We're voting for them to employ them to do a job. Most people, if you're in a managerial position and the voters are the managers, you don't sit there and get attached to an employee and go, oh, well, he sucks and he's burning down the McDonald's, but he is pretty cool and he does make me laugh from time to time, so I'll let it slide. No, you don't do that. If you're a manager at a McDonald's and some guy's, burning down the fry cook position, you're going to go, you're fired. That's the kind of relationship that you have with a president or a congress member of any type, a representative or a senator. It's a business-based relationship. And I don't know why people get outside of that and act like it's personable. Because if you ever walked up to these people, they're not going to treat you personably. They're going to give you an autograph and tell you to get lost and go eat a cookie or something. They're not going to care for you. So, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, our next one here goes to Cerebrus once again, who puts in a 10. And Cerebrus said, always have been more concerned about policy, not politics or party. I love being independent and was able to vote on that locally, not party specific.
Thank you for the support. And generally, I would say that that's how everyone should be. I'm not saying, be like an independent and vote independent or anything, folks. I'm just saying, read the room, have an open mind and vote whatever looks to be the best position to vote for. And that's something that a lot of people don't get, like people who vote left or right, a lot of them end up voting for things that are against their interests. And it's really wild to me why that's the case. And I'm just like, why? I'm like, if you live in a city and you vote for a city government or a state government that basically allows the homeless to run free, or makes it to where there isn't really any significant punishments for, say, some form of petty theft or shoplifting, you're going to run businesses out of town. Your city is going to collapse. Why in the world would you vote for a government like that? It's against your own interests as a citizen of that city or state, and so on and so forth. In multiple different other categories, you could go on and on about that, about people who vote for stuff like that and then screw themselves over, and then ask why. It's like, why do people vote that way? And they vote that way because they sit there and they say, this party is for me, and I vote blue or I vote red all the way, and that's that. Doesn't matter if they're really representing their interest or not. I mean, I'll look at candidates and I'll sit there and go, and I'm not going to say my own domestic political opinions, because honestly, it's kind of a mix of them all. But if you sit there and look at them, and you sit there and go, okay, so this guy, so I'm working on YouTube, we work in news, and this guy doesn't really like free speech. Probably not a good idea to vote for him, because he's going to probably start cramping down on our business, which is talking, which involves us having to have the ability of free speech and freedom of expression. So probably not a good thing to vote for that person. Or, if someone else sits there and says, I'm going to, say, open up trade with the Chinese even farther. It's like, well, that's not really a good position because they're an open enemy of the United States. So probably not better to get even more connected to them to where the tough decisions are even tougher. That's another one. So that's what I generally have to say. And also, Lord Colley said, letting the homeless run free. What I mean by that is like letting them practically occupy every single public space and basically turn it into like a shanty town on the sidewalks. That's not a good thing. Like people, I have a lot of sympathy for homeless folks, but at the same time, homeless folks can't dominate public spaces to the point people are scared to get out because some violent homeless person might attack them. I'll also say that at the same time. That's going to run businesses away too, because what business is going to sit there and go, yes, I would love to have homeless people crowding up the sidewalk right in front of my business. That makes it to where customers are scared to walk in here because they might get, poked with a needle or accosted by a homeless guy for money. And then when they tell him he doesn't have any money, they attack him. That's going to start running businesses out of town. It's not a good thing for the city. They start losing tax revenue. People start losing jobs. It's not a good thing. It just doesn't turn out well. That's going to bring the whole city down. It's unfortunate that they're in that position, but they also can't drag everyone down with them because they want to camp out in front of a Rite Aid or something. There's got to be something done. So, then you can come up with an option of what do you want to do? So if you want to be, say, just more so down, kind of like more cutthroat and down to business, you could just say, let's run them out of town and tell them they got to keep moving. Or if you want to be more compassionate, you could say, let's set up some form of public housing to put them in, so that way they're just at least off the streets and not running people away from the operating businesses here in the city. But, then that's up for people to decide. Whatever they feel like in that area is what they get. It's a democracy. They can have anything they want.
Yeah, the giving out too much free stuff is a bad thing too, because then that creates a dependency on it. That's not good either, because that doesn't really teach you the capitalist system. Like, for example, if you're trying to rehabilitate somebody into it, like for example, when they fell on their feet and they fell off their feet actually and became homeless, giving a bunch of free stuff is probably not very helpful. It needs to be something with dignity. The government work programs they used to have back in the day, where they would have a bunch of government positions open for people that they could help build the interstate and infrastructure and stuff like that. That gives dignity on top of being able to earn a wage and also support themselves and also receive some assistance on top of it. That's the best way to go, honestly. I don't know why people are so against that these days. Now, obviously, you can't force somebody into it. That's a different thing there. But if that was there, I think that would be taken by a lot more people.
And I would have to say that, in my opinion, I would say that I would use if I was to say, how would you fix the homeless crisis in this country? Here's what I'd say. It's going to be a mix. You go up to them and say, hey, you're down on your luck, you're homeless out here in the streets, we've got public housing for y'all, but if you go into the public housing, you have to work in, say, city sanitation or something like that. Some sort of a city job that helps to improve the city. Or if you don't accept that, you're going to have to keep moving. You can't stay here. That's what I would say would fix the homeless situation. Because if they have to keep moving, they're eventually going to wear tired of that, and they're eventually going to get into one of these city service projects or work programs, and they're going to get themselves back up on their feet. Or they're just going to keep moving around. And generally that makes it to where they're not camping out in front of a business and running off customers and running the city down. So, that's what I'd say would generally be the best sort of an option. Because another thing, folks, is that you can't force homeless people who want to be homeless into not being homeless. If they want to be homeless, they're going to stay homeless. But also that can't be the city's problem either. So it's like, if you want to be homeless, great. It is a free country, but you got to get moving. You got to keep going. So I would say that would probably be the best solution, because it lets the homeless people who want to be homeless, which there are some, it allows them to stay homeless. So, you're not trampling on anyone's rights, but it also helps some of them to get back off of their feet. And also someone said that's called slavery. No, you pay them. I mean, you wouldn't, you pay them like minimum wage, and they would also get free public housing as well while they're working in the city work programs. So not only does it help to improve the city, it also gives them a place to stay. So that way they're not cluttering up the sidewalks and the public parks. And also, hopefully it'll give them enough spending cash eventually to save up to move on up in the world and hopefully get on out of that sort of a grind that they're in at that point. Like, that hits all the boxes right there. That ought to make everyone happy. If they want to be a vagrant, well, they gotta get on out of town. They gotta move on out of here. But if they also are down on their luck and they want to get up and out of there, then they have the chance. You're hitting all the boxes there. It literally cannot make anyone pissed off at that point. Like, I think that would appease both Republicans and Democrats. I don't know why that's not the sort of approach that people try and shoot for these days, but you just get one or the other. You give them everything, or beat up the homeless, which I don't really get either one of those as an extreme. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it. And look at this, smells hugely liberal. How? I mean, I literally said if they don't want to do that, then they go.
They're referring to, I think, to the comment you read off from the chat.
I was about to say, how in the world is what I'm saying that? It's like, that's literally down the middle. That's appeasing both sides. It's a compromise. Like, that's what we should be looking for. And if we had compromises like that, things would be way better, so much better than what they are now. I mean, like, the Republicans get a little bit of what they want. The homeless people move on if they want to stay homeless. And then the Democrats get a little bit of what they want, which is the rehabilitation side of things, to where these people are helped out. We fixed the problem, and hopefully it will start to solve itself over time. It won't solve itself instantly. It'll take probably a couple of years, maybe a decade, but at least we're starting. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in the 5. And Andrew Honeycutt said, given the prospect of World War III, how does the U.S. repair relationships with traditional allies? And Europe is responding to the call of arms for defense and LSA.
I would say that generally, I think that we should take a step back from this doggish position, this like narcissistic sort of foreign policy approach that we're taking, and treat them as equals, because that's what they are. They're nations. They are equals. Although we are the largest and most powerful, these are our friends and our equals in this alliance, and we should treat them like that with some common decency and respect. That would definitely mend the relationships pretty much immediately. Bygones would be bygones, and that would be that. That would be the best way to fix it. So big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, Pistol Pedic said if there was jobs to give them, they wouldn't be homeless. That's why I'm saying, though, like if you hear me what I'm saying here, that's why you give them city jobs. The city can make a job. Like a private company, there might not be enough of them out there that are hiring, but a city can make a job. You can make a street sweeper a job. Like that's how you would do it. Like you don't have to use the public companies, like the small businesses or the large corporations, to get these people a job. The city can literally materialize jobs out of nowhere by just coming up with them through city ordinance. So that's one way to do it. Now that would take some finagling to do. We would have to start fixing the tax brackets to where you're paying more in municipal tax than federal tax or state tax, or you can pay more in state tax and less in federal. But that would also take cutting down the amount of federal taxes that are received and more so diverting that to the state or the municipalities, so that way they actually have the private chests, like the funds to work off of, to be able to do that if they wanted to. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, let's see. I think it was, who was it that said it? Sly Bacon said, what if the homeless were told they had to serve in the military for a minimum of 5 years? It sounds like a decent idea. Now, of course, it'd have to be voluntary. Like, as much as there are some people out there like, well, if the homeless people want to be homeless and they don't want the help, then they should be forced into something. I don't know if that's the right answer there, because that gets into a sketchy territory, because then the government can start grabbing people and start throwing them into stuff forcefully and involuntarily. That starts getting into some gray area about rights, because if it's done to one person, it can be done to the next person too, which is not a good precedent to set. But at the same time, though, the military actually has some stringent requirements to join. So not bashing people, but there are a lot of homeless out there that have mental illness. So that would probably bar them from military service in the first place. So it probably wouldn't work. Even if you tried to do that, it probably wouldn't work because there's a lot of unresolved issues that would have to be fixed first before they get put in. And I'm not even really sure if that would even be feasible then, to be perfectly honest. But anyways, we got to move on to our next one here, which goes to Elka, who puts in a 5. He said, I just visited Solvang earlier today, and it was nice to see a Danish-themed area and LSA.
Oh, that's really cool. And also, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're about to move on to the next one. And I just saw Monster Lab say, I see so much garbage laying on the ground, we could put the homeless to work cleaning up and recycling. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, put them in those city jobs. Like, there's so much sanitation that could be done to where people walk around their cities and go, wow, it's so clean. And it gives the homeless people a job and gives them a little income from the city and a public house to stay in. It improves the city and it also improves their position. I mean, it's a win-win. Like, you know, who in the world could complain about that? It's hitting all the boxes for everyone. And I'll say this for like some other people who say, well, that's wrong because you're putting them to work. I got to say this. Everyone in this country's got to work. You've got to contribute your part to society. It's a part of your civic duty, basically. If someone wants to say, I want to get out of homelessness, but I don't want to work, they're basically saying they want to be homeless because you have to work and have a job to make some money to not be homeless. I mean, hardly anyone in this country is born as a trust fund baby where you get to live your whole life doing nothing. And a lot of people shouldn't be expecting to live that kind of life because me personally, I wouldn't, and we don't. That's why we're here on air right now, doing what we do every night and researching how much we do every day, working. Everyone has to do some part to society in some way, somehow, no matter what it is, but they got to be doing something. And cleaning up the city would be one great thing to do. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, Elka said, Google Solvang, California. It's there.
And how's it spelled?
Solvang.
Let's take a look here. Oh, this is like Midway.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I didn't know they had that.
Wow, that is really neat. Wow, I like that. That is really cool. I like this place. And I gotta say,
it's like Austrian.
It's like Danish. Yo, it's like Danish, bro. And they got
Germanic.
It's like kind of like Germanic, kind of Nordic, kind of cool. That's really cool, actually. I like that we have like these little enclaves of culture in America, you know, from different places around the world. Really neat stuff. But I do thank you massively for the support. And also, I'm glad that we did look at that because we were getting pressed for time, so I was about to blow right past that. But that was actually really cool. That was really neat. And I thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Cerebrus once again, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that support yet again. And they said, there is a homeless person that I play chess with and always bring a care package every week. He said, I am good last week and he's doing well and finally got his vet benefits and like to think care packages helped him to get there. And also, by the way, that's a terrible thing there. Like, whenever I hear about the veterans and stuff like that ended up homeless, it's like, you know, come on. It's like, can we not, like, prevent the veterans from becoming homeless? It's like, they served for however long they served. It's like, should they really be ending up in the street? It's kind of like the idea about, like, prior presidents. Like, nobody wants to see a prior president hit hard times, even if they weren't the best president ever. It's just like the idea. It's like, you know, you don't want to see like veterans of the military in bad spots like that. You don't want to see prior presidents. Me personally, I don't. I know some people out there are like, I would like to see them burn, but I'm like, well, you know, you don't want to see like prior presidents in a foul spot, you know, if you're going to try to avoid it. So it's tough. Like, it is tough. And hopefully the care packages did help them to get there. But Enforcer, what say you?
Hopefully it did. I would actually think that it probably did, Cerberus, because, you know, any help helps out. Like, you know, all of us here, folks, are grown adults. Everybody knows that there's no helping hand out there to help you if you get beaten down and you can't get back up. People helping out each other is the only way that people can get up and out of the fix that they're in. And you know, and on top of that, it's hard to create organized institutions privately to do that. So why not let a city government do that somewhere? You know, homelessness is usually an urban issue, so it should be up to the cities of this country to try and give them some path to get themselves off their feet and also benefit the citizenry and the city as a whole. And I would say that you're definitely a shining example of what should be done, which is trying to help folks out get back up off of their feet. Because, you know, like, people say this, and I find it very like detached. Like I don't know how people say this. It's like, do you live in a bubble or something? But people say, oh, the homeless people, they had to just go get a job. It's like, okay, well, they have nowhere to live to get mail or anything. It's like on top of that, they also have no way to actually clean themselves, to look presentable or smell good, to be able to go to work. They have no way to get their clothes laundered or their uniform laundered for work. They basically have none of the supporting infrastructure to do that.
If you're determined, there are ways to do it. Like there's ways to do anything if you're determined enough. Like I'm not saying it's easy. Like obviously it makes it a lot harder. But like for example, a lot of folks that hit hard times, what they do is they go get a very cheap gym membership and they go shower at the gym. So they use that as a way to do that. And also there's other ways. Like for example, using a laundromat, that you can do that as well. That doesn't require too much money. So there are ways to do it. It just becomes really labor intensive to get the stuff done. That's usually easy.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, though, all of that's like a hugely laborious task. Like insanely laborious task, not easy to do on any degree there. And it's like, you gotta kind of like help them out a little bit because life is already tough as it is for them, and you don't want to say, well, it's possible, but it's extremely difficult to do. You gotta try and give a little bit of a helping hand there, and I would say that public housing generally, like some sort of tenement housing or something like that, probably would help out, but only if they follow certain rules. Like for example, they can't be involved in drug usage. Like that's generally a rule that exists already these days, but that should be a standing rule for that. Two, they have to be gainfully employed either by the city or by some institution or some company somewhere in the city. But if they can do those things, they will get a basic tenement housing that they can live in. The city generally pays for what it is. They have to pay a little bit to live in it, and then they work their way on up and out. Like, it's almost basically like Section 8, but more so geared towards the homeless than people who are, getting down on their luck and in hard times.
Got to keep moving forward though. Like whatever type of social services are out there though, it has to have an element of get up and go and work. It has to have that because the moment, and it's just natural human instinct. It's like if someone has been, down on hard times and then all of a sudden they are given like a nice cushy spot to sit, they're naturally going to just sit there. They're not going to do anything. I mean, why would they? They have no incentive to do anything because they're being provided for at that point, and that doesn't motivate anybody. So as long as you have the ability to keep them up and keep them moving, then naturally their decision-making process goes from, well, I could just sit there or I could work. Then it goes from, well, I got to work. So let me choose something that I enjoy if I can. So that way I can at least enjoy my time working. So it puts them in a better like state of mind to start moving forward and being productive.
I would agree. I definitely agree with that. And also on top of that, that whole thing is dependent on they're either working for the city, and if they get fired from the city, they're out of that place that day. Like, it's like they're gone. They're going to take out that space, put someone else in there. And I saw Tom Exman say, well, about 65% here are in drugs and don't want recovery. Well, then at that point, the police come in and go, all right, vagrants, bums, whatever, y'all got to get up and get going. It's like, that's what you do at that point. Like, that's why I'm saying this is kind of like a middle of a road approach for everyone. It provides rehabilitation and help to the people who want it, and to the people who don't want it, they've got to go. And they're like, they can go somewhere else, but they can't stay here, is basically the approach every city should take. Basically what it was back in, say, the Depression, like during the FDR times. You have to work programs for the folks who want to work, and for everyone else who's trying to find work or doesn't want work, they've got to keep moving. They got to go somewhere, but they can't stay here. That should be the approach. It worked back then, and I think it will work again if we tried that today. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Andrew Honeycutt yet again, who puts in a 5. He said, what, in your opinion, is the primary responsibility of a legitimate government? Honestly, the primary responsibility of a legitimate government, in my opinion, is simply to provide for the basically the infrastructure of the country, so that way the citizens can be productive and make sure that people generally have a stable basis to build a life upon. That's my version of what a primary responsibility of a legit government should be. But in reality, though, if we're talking about the real world, the primary responsibility of a legit government is to maintain itself, basically, and to basically enrich itself. That's the unfortunate way it usually goes. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the number one priority of a government is to put the nation and its people in the best position it can. That should be the role of every single government in the world. So any actions, no matter what they are, that could be made to make the situation better should be made. It doesn't matter what it is. Whether it's fixing homeless, whether it's paving the roads, whether it's making sure that people have good paying jobs, battling in the global market to get the best paying jobs put here in the United States, that's what the government should be doing. Because what is the point of a nation that would have the largest military in the world, the largest economy in the world, and a myriad of other of the largest in the world claims and accreditations that we have as a nation, if the citizenry of the country never get a moment to actually appreciate or enjoy any of the splendor that the nation has? That's the approach that I take. And I'm not saying that everyone's got to live like a millionaire and everyone's got to be having their private yachts. But one thing that I am saying is that people ought to be able to sit back and really enjoy the fruits of what we have all made together as a nation. And that's what the key to administration and governance should be, is to make sure that as many people as possible, or everyone in a country, or to keep battling until everyone in the country, which will never happen, is in that kind of a position. So that way they can actually enjoy what this nation is and what we've become. So
you'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
Not that. Not like that.
You have a universal basic income. It's coming.
I don't like that.
I don't like it either.
I got to tell y'all, folks, what the hell? I just got to be honest with y'all, folks. If AI put us out of the job, what the hell do we do? I mean, I got nothing to do.
They're not putting me out of a job.
They're not putting us out of a job, but if they did, folks, what the hell would we do? I mean, this is literally our lives, folks. We love doing this. I love working on it. Some people hate their jobs, and I know they're very happy to hear about universal basic income. Maybe they don't have to work at that job they hate. But for us, I don't know what the hell we do. I mean, I love what I do. I wouldn't want to quit it. And I don't like the idea of AI coming through and wiping out so many jobs. You pretty much are on a universal basic income. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what's funny? You know what's funny about that is it's all bullshit. If they're being totally honest, it is. Because what's going to happen, the whole country on a universal basic income and AI is taking over most of the jobs, there's going to be a small group of people, which are the current billionaires, who are still going to be billionaires, and everybody else has just now lost the chance to become a billionaire because AI is taking over any chance of advancement in your career because it's replaced you. So, in other words, they have solidified the ruling class, which are the billionaires, and they have solidified the poor, which is going to be the entire country, the 99.99% at that point. So the people out there, it's like, oh, it'll be great. We'll have universal basic income. We'll all be on a level playing field, which sounds a lot like communism a bit, or, kind of like that. It'll be great. It's like, no, it really won't, because once there's one ruling class of people and you're all poor and you don't have any ability to sway the whole situation in the country at that point, and nobody has a reason to listen, then you're going to be told what to do, and AI is going to facilitate that. So it's like, there goes democracy, honestly.
Man, I got to give a huge shout out to the current administration. Instead of replacing jobs with people from Central America, they're going to replace your job with AI. Yippee! It's like same thing basically. It's like when you think about it, folks, it's like, what type of political arguments are being made these days? They say, oh, all these people from these poorer countries in Central America and such, they all run across the border to come get a job in America. They're replacing your job. So let's try and kick all of them out so you can lose your jobs anyway to AI replacing you. It's like, what was the point then? It's like, I don't really get it. It's like, apparently everyone was going to be out of the job anyways. So what was the point of that? I'm not trying to get political here, folks, or anything, or say a policy is stupid. But one thing I am saying is, isn't that kind of defeating the whole point that they had in the election last year? Is if your job's going to get replaced by AI anyways, did it really even matter who was taking it? That's my question.
Yeah, I just don't get it. AI is such an interesting thing because, the way I see AI, and it's got its benefits, yes, it does, but at the same time, it really only benefits the people making it, if you really look at it, because the only value it provides normal people is it can give you some basic information that you could find with a Google search if you really looked hard enough. You could find it with a Google search anyway. And also it makes some cool cat pictures. So everybody gets all fascinated by the cat pictures. They're like, oh, look, a cute cat. That's cute. And meanwhile, the AI is sucking up all the electricity in the country and jacking up our electrical bills, which isn't good. And people are already struggling. Now they're having to pay exorbitant electrical bills. The data centers make a hell of a lot of noise, and they basically drive down the property values of everything close to it, which is also hurting people, normal people. And it zaps up a ton of water, but you got to cool the data centers off. So it zaps up a ton of drinking water and things like that at the local area. So it takes everything. It consumes all this whole thing. And what's it really providing the regular people in return? It's going to replace your job and take your job. That's not good. And it's going to make you a cute cat picture. And who it really benefits is the people making it. So I don't really see the huge benefit to it. Yes, it has its national security implications. Like, for example, China's making AI and we want to beat them in the AI race, but it's going to have some nasty implications that unfortunately people won't understand until later, until the consequences actually hit.
Yeah, I would agree. And sadly, folks, we're kind of on that track because the Congress passed a act earlier this year, which pretty much said that they were not going to regulate AI for the next 10 years. So basically, it's open season for AI for the next decade from that point on. So who knows what's going to happen in 10 years? Usually, folks, when a new technology emerges, the first thing the government does is regulate it to try and balance it so that way it doesn't end up, absolutely obliterating the whole economy. But nowadays, for some reason, when new technology emerges, the Congress goes, "Oh, you know what? We ought to let it run wild for the next 10 years and see how much of the economy it can destroy." Like, it's like, how the hell? Like, that's never happened, folks. Ever. Like, when the airlines first came around, they're like, "Oh, we got to regulate that so that way they don't screw everyone over." And then when the trucking industry came around, they're like, "Oh, we got to regulate the railroads so that way the railroads don't crush the trucking industry." And then when the trucking industry came into being, they're like, "We got to regulate this too so that way it's competitive against the railroads but not too competitive." And then they do all that in every different way in every different industry. But then when it comes to AI, they're like, "You know what? We're going to let this thing run ham and see what it does." It's like, why would we do that? It's like, why the hell would we ever do that? It's going to wipe out tons of jobs doing that.
Yeah, it's crazy though that the AI companies literally figured out if you can find a way to make it cute, people will ignore the negative side effects of the AI race. People will ignore it completely. And the crazy part is AI development is largely being funded by our tax dollars, like income taxes. The government is pouring I think it's like $500 billion into it was the last figure that we got. They're pouring a ton of money of taxpayer dollars into this thing that's going to end up taking our jobs that were like, the government's not supposed to be funding the erasure of jobs. They're supposed to be creating jobs or helping to create them. And it's doing the total opposite. We're giving away our income taxes to take away our jobs. It's crazy.
I'd have to say so. I'd have to agree. And so with that, before we move on to
It's an outrage.
It's an outrage. It's an outrage. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh, what was that? Well, it wasn't that bad, man. It wasn't that bad. I mean, I thought you were making a point there.
No, I was doing the little thing right there because it's a sad day.
Oh, it is a sad day. I was about to say, don't do that to yourself. I was like, that's a good point. But beyond that, someone said, "Stop talking about the homeless. I'm losing respect for you. You sound like a fool from the 1930s on the subject." Well, I mean, they got everyone out.
They talked about homeless in the 1930s. I didn't even know they talked about it.
Well, hell, they did. They fixed it. Remember, like, a third of the country was unemployed. We eventually got out of that, so apparently they fixed it. So I guess talking like someone from the 30s makes sense. They had $20 an hour. What the hell are you talking about, $20 an hour? A burger was 5 cents back then. Are you crazy? And ended up broke from medical bills, but you think minimum wage will get them out. It's like, I don't think you know this, man, but you don't give homeless people, like, corporate positions. Like, do you give them something to start from to work their way up from there? Like, and especially if their housing is free, literally all the money they're making, they're keeping at that point, except for the money that goes into taxes, which usually they are not even paid anyways because they're being paid either by the city, which is withholding some of their income for taxes, or whatnot. So I don't really know what you're trying to get at there, because if you're literally giving them free housing and they're getting paid by the city to work a city job, then they're making a good bit of money because none of their money is going into any sort of hardly any living expenses, maybe beyond food. So I don't know what point you're making, but I don't think you listen to anything I said. I think you're one of those people, like you just want to get outraged at something. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
They did what? They went, ugh.
Man, they went, oh, like, they heard what I was saying and immediately started just raging on the keyboard. I gotta respond, you stupid idiot.
Man, they're raging. But also, by the way, we do have a $20 super chat from Cerebrus once again. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for I think it was the 4th or 5th super chat of the night. And he said, it's called Running Man. Everyone ready. And is that the one that had Arnold in it?
Yeah, I think it was. Like, I think it may have been. That was not a good Arnold. I had to stop that early.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. But beyond that, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Now, I do see a comment here. I want to take this one on. This one comes from Avari Vandebrada. She said, some homeless people normally work corporate positions. In California, some are IT staff coders who are working but can't pay for housing and are homeless. Now, on some of that Avari, like that right there, I'm not really sure. Now, I do know, like, I'm not ignorant to this. California has crazy high cost of living. Like, it's outrageous in California. So they may make more money in salary out in California. People are like, wow, they're making big bucks in California. What are they complaining about? But it's like also the cost of living is crazy high out there, too. So it's almost on par with, anywhere else in America once you take in the cost of living into effect. But at the same time, though, I have seen some people that don't know how to budget worth the crap. Like they'll make like a really good salary even in the high living cost area, and they'll blow through the money, and then they'll complain that they're broke. It's like, well, you can't just live beyond your means. You got to at least budget a little bit. Like everybody's got a budget. It seems like nobody really knows how to budget anymore. On top of having insanely high costs for everything, it's also being compounded by people just spending money like there's no tomorrow. So not excusing like the affordability crisis on that. It does exist. It's not a hoax. I can attest to that myself. But also, people have to budget too. You can't just go wild.
Yeah, and also I would say on that, that's more so a state of California issue. That's like a state level issue. If they wanted to fix that, they could make public housing available to folks like that, to where they can work that job and make that kind of money. But, and then you would have to make that dependent on looking at their financial statements and seeing if they're just financially irresponsible, or if it's just literally unaffordable for them to live in any sort of a place, apartment or whatnot in California. But, there's a workaround to all that sort of stuff. And I would say that definitely is a huge issue in California. And their state government should be working to try and figure out a solution to that. But with that, I hope that does address
Honestly, my financial thing that I do personally, and some people will say they'll criticize it, of course, because everything can be criticized if you really look at it too close. But the way I think is the way I currently live poor, like the way you are now. Don't go buying expensive stuff all the time. Don't do that. Live well below your means. Like if you're making whatever you're making, live well below it if you can, to a certain extent. I know it's not possible for everybody because, like, for example, if you're living off minimum wage or something, you're likely in a deficit at that point, so it's not really possible. But if you can, you live below your means and live poor, so that way when hard times do hit, you'll have hopefully a safety net at that point, so you'll never be in a fix. You won't live luxurious, but you'll never be in a fix. In my mind, it's better to have financial security than to live high on the hog. It's much better to have that security than to live it up in the short term, at least in my opinion, at least for me.
I would say that's definitely true, because you never know. You might lose your job one day, and then you're literally one, monthly payment away from losing everything. So, not a great position to be in. If you can avoid being in a position like that, if you can't avoid being in a position like that, then you are absolutely in the frying pan right now. And I very much feel for y'all. That's got to be a rough position to be in. But living below your means, if you have the ability to do that, if it is possible, it's a very important thing to do, because it lets you build up savings for rainy days or unexpected events, to try and, give you some reaction time. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, Mandy, how many questions do we have left?
We have 3, and we're getting onto our third one right now, which goes to Ed, who puts in a 10. He said, "Poor and broke Irish Ed here." And well, thank you very much, Ed, for that support, by the way. And also, he said, "Look back at 2022 when Russia invaded, and also Poland took in more of their fair share of women and children. And last I heard, they're benefiting Poland."
Can you say that again, Mandy? You actually kind of cut out there at the end. It was something in there, something Poland.
He said, "Last I heard, they're now benefiting Poland."
And that
He's
is
talking
actually,
about they're taking in their fair share of women and children, he said.
and that is actually true. They did take in a huge amount of refugees. Poland did, from Ukraine, and from what I've heard, they've generally settled in Poland, and they're doing quite good for the economy in Poland, because it's added a lot to the available workforce that they have in the country. So I'd have to say that is actually true, Irish Ed, and I do thank you massively for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also got to say, we thank you greatly for helping this channel to keep on running, Irish Ed. You are a channel legend, and it's always great to have you here, and it's always great to know that you're still sticking around and being a part of this great old LSA. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Irish Ed, I think they're actually trying to send back, I think, some of the Ukrainian refugees. I don't know if I have that right. Isn't Poland trying to send back some of the Ukrainians?
Yeah, I think they were trying to send back the men.
Yeah, I think they're sending back the men. They were trying to send back some of the Ukrainian refugees for a while there, but yeah, the women and children, I guess that they did stay. Honestly, that was a good thing for them to do too, because there was a lot of countries out there that weren't wanting to take in refugees, which is kind of strange considering that they were actually in a war zone. But it's good that Poland did that, though.
Oh, I would agree. Also, by the way, man, I saw someone say this. This is, by the way, this is why I love folks. I'm gonna demonstrate to y'all here why in the world you don't say this when you're talking about anything that could be fixed in the country. Some guy said y'all should just mind your business about living below the means. Yeah, you're right. We ought to just let them continue to live in squalor and possibly starve to death. There you go. There's your solution. So if you want to act like that, the answer that a lot of people are going to give, and I would give if you told me that, is okay, fine. I don't have to care about it. I mean, they're starving to death anyways, so all you're doing is turning people away from trying to fix the situation instead of taking a look into it and try and fix it. So you're not doing anything for them, and you're not doing anything to help them. You're just literally running people off from actually helping them. So good job on gatekeeping for the homeless. You'll keep them homeless, poor, and hungry. So good for you. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Plazoth, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, Plazoth, for that $2 support and also helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 2 from Cerebrus once again, who said, leave my Coke Bears alone.
And you got to leave them alone. The Coke Bears are cool. I mean, we met one before in Atlanta. It was a pretty chill bear. Not the ones that are on like cocaine, but the ones from Coca-Cola. They're pretty cool. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
You couldn't hear that sniffle, could you?
No, I didn't. Yeah, it wasn't on microphone.
Yep. I did a huge sniffle and I realized I'm not muted, so I just sniffled all up in the mic like that. But anyways, jumping into our Morse code decoders of the night, we had Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabelle Garbo, Royal Fluffiness, Coach Kobe Tex, and Brian Blairstown. They said, the Morse says, where are the Russians going to go rather than 6 feet down? Anyone?
That's all, folks, man. Like, damn. Bro. But that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. I got to congratulate y'all for getting that Morse code message correct. The Lee Spring Army Central Corps is always working hard to get those Morse messages dead on the nail. And y'all did it again. A big congratulations to y'all and a big congrats. And I got to say, a huge shout out to Lee Springer and Central Corps once again. And so with that, folks, we are well over time. We've been trying to solve the issues of the world, and we never will. Unfortunately, we never will. So, that is what it is. But considering that we've talked so much about interesting... But with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get some live chat questions. Due to time constraints, though, we're only going to be able to get 3 live chat questions, and then we're going to be rounding the stream on out for the night. And so with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Bilges, who said, I heard the new battleships are getting dumped.
Hopefully they are. I pray to God that they are, because they're completely useless. I've seen a lot of people coming out and saying, oh no, they have a lot of use. They have a lot of utility. It's like, yeah, if they did, I'm sure the Iowa-class battleships would still be in service, and they're not. So, there's your answer. They're obsolete. They're from a different time and a different age. That's like saying sailing ships have a place in modern war. It's like, they're obsolete for a reason. And so hopefully they'll trash the battleships. Hopefully they'll trash that stupid little FFX as well. That thing is terrible. And they'll go back to the Constellation-class frigates, because that was really a decently good plan, and they completely abandoned it for an FFX that has no VLS cells and in a battleship that only has as much firepower as an Arleigh Burke or a Ticonderoga, which at that point, it's like, why in the world are we spending something along the lines of 6 times more for this ship for it to have the same firepower at a 1/6 of the price? It makes no sense. But I do thank you so much for saying that, and hopefully they will scrap them. Heavens indeed. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we actually have a super chat, another one from Cerebrus. And thank you, Cerebrus, for that 20 this time, and we do appreciate that. And he said LSA.
And LSA, long live the Lee Spring Army, and a big thanks to you, Cerebrus 3, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help to keep this thing rolling. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan, who said, now that the U.S. has acknowledged that Belarus is actively involved in Russia's war against Ukraine, do you think that the U.S. Government will keep trying to negotiate with Russia?
Yeah, I think that they probably will. The U.S. government's pretty dead set on trying to negotiate this thing, because it's a big thing that they said they do. And although they've kind of not follow through on everything else they said they do, they're trying to follow through on this. So I think that they're not going to let this phase them, and they're just going to keep steamrolling forward if they can. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, and also George Shindler said, the thing they are proposing isn't a battleship anyways, it's a big cruiser. Yeah, but it's like, why does it need the armor belt? Like, there's so many things about it that make no sense. Like, why the armor belt? Like, a hypersonic's going to obliterate straight through that if that's the concern. And any other anti-ship missile in the modern day would blast straight through an 8-inch armor belt. I mean, if y'all know anything about Pearl Harbor, every battleship at Pearl Harbor had armor belts that at its thickest were 13 and 14 inches thick. They still were getting hit by Japanese torpedoes and sinking in the middle of Pearl Harbor. It's like if they were getting obliterated in the 1940s by airdrop torpedoes, which usually are lighter in size and ordnance, back in the 1940s with a 13-inch armor belt, what in the world is an 8-inch armor belt going to do against modern weaponry in the modern age, rather than make the ship way too heavy, way too slow, and not only that, do nothing for armor protection at all? In the modern day, it's best to design a ship to never take a hit than it is to design a ship with armor, because the armor will be overpowered by anything that's fired at it these days. That's why no ship in the Navy right now really has any significant armor at all. But anyways, with that, we are actually going to address the $2 super chat that just came through from Whiskey Ecomega, I believe. And he said, LSA, Slava Ukraini. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It's folks like you that make this thing possible and help us to keep this thing rolling. And so with that, folks, we're on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this question, the last question tonight, goes to AI. Artificial intelligence, fake intelligence. No, it doesn't really. But this one goes to none other than Fuyuma. And Fuyuma said, how does the stationing of U.S. hypersonic missiles in Germany impact the global security balance? Are new arms control mechanisms necessary?
I would say that generally new arms control measures are not necessary yet. If this starts to turn into an arms race in the area where we're trying to outpace their deployments of IRBMs, and then it will. But for now, it's not that big of a deal because this is starting off. If it gets out of control, though, we will look into those sorts of measurements. But right now, it's really balancing the playing field. It doesn't really have that much of an impact on any other region except for EUCOM's area of responsibility. And at least for here, it's kind of balancing the playing field to where we are at the same position that the Russians are in. If they fire an IRBM with a hypersonic glide vehicle, we also fire an IRBM with a hypersonic glide vehicle to match theirs. So basically, it's checkmating them. So that's the best way that I could explain that. In my opinion, I think it's a pretty decent move, and it's really just more so balancing things out on the strategic perspective, more so than giving us any upper hand or an advantage. Which honestly is fine by me. If anything, we should just be shooting for a stalemate, or if possible, a complete total superiority or victory over our enemies. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, folks, it's time for us to round this stream on out for the night. And what a stream it has been, folks. It has nearly been a 4-hour-long stream, but we are always happy and very glad to be able to run these streams for all of y'all, and we hope that y'all enjoyed it well. During the entirety of the stream, about 90,000 people watched this stream, with a peak viewership tonight of a whopping 11.3 thousand people. We thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow for the Sunday night fundraiser. And if there is a short war video to make, the Enforcer will be the one making that short war video. And so with that, folks, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the East Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And have you ever used AI, ChatGPT? Have you tried ChatGPT? But anyways, folks, on that note right there, maybe one day the cult of Matt would become the mayor of England. Maybe one day. I've always wanted that position. It's been a lifelong aspiration of mine. I've always wanted to be the mayor of England because that's my city. But anyways, with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for the Sunday night fundraiser stream, of course. Last Sunday's fundraiser went berserk. I can't remember exactly, but I think it got up to like, what was it, almost like 5,000 or 6,000 or something.
Yeah, it was really high.
It was on up there. It was a huge one last time. It blew away our expectations. So maybe tomorrow will be the same thing. So be sure to join us for that. It's always crazy on Sundays, crazy times. And also usually big news comes out on Sundays too. So we will see you all at 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And also on the midday short war video as well, if there is enough news to cover, by the way. And in the meantime, thank you all for joining us and all 90,000 plus people that chose us as your news source tonight. And also at the very end of the stream as your discussion source of the night. But with that, of course, Slava Ukraine. Here I'm Slava. Get some rest and good night.
Futures on. to love.